All right, yo, there's people here. Wait a minute. Mic check first. Let me see. Yep, mic check. We're good. Looks like cam check. What is happening? He said nope. What up, y'all? How's it going? First day. I got back yesterday. Um, but needed some rest from the weekend, and then yesterday quite a few partners, Diablo partners, gotten to speak with the devs or whatnot about the season 5 updates or whatnot, and what big what. But yeah, we got a chance to look at the updates a little early. It's not everything, but they did give us like an idea of what they're thinking about doing. 27 months in a row, Bronny sucks. Well, yeah, I think we kind of figured that was gonna happen. Jalen Brown actually said he let us slip out saying that that Bronny's just not a pro. He's like, yeah, he's just not a pro. He just isn't, which is true. Fresh, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. So deleting Barb from the game. Barb did get hit. Barb definitely did get hit. As I can tell, Rob wasn't too happy about some of the changes that kind of came along that way. It was kind of to be expected in a way, considering that like it's very difficult to bring everything else up to the Barb when some things in the Barb is just drastically overperforming in a sense. Not saying that you couldn't do that. I'm just saying that I think it would be a much taller order. So I get why they did that, but I think they could have went about it a different way other than the way that they went. But yeah. they could have, I think they could have did it, and I think they could have shaved the Barb in a different manner and not the way that they did. I think they kind of took the easy way out, which I think is not going to go well with the Barb community. So I don't agree with how they did it myself. But yeah, Spiritborn nuts coming from a rogue main. That's exciting to hear. Yes. I wish I wish I could tell you guys more about this, the Spiritborn, man. I wish I could. I will say this though. We were not able to play any other class this weekend. So I didn't get a sneak peek at rogue changes for the expansion or anything. Like everyone else was hoping to get a sneak peek at other classes, right? And the expansion, no, we got a specific build that was very Spiritborn based. And that was it. Not that it was a problem, because I mean it was a really fun time playing with the Spiritborn, but it would have been nice to kind of see what other things they were working on. But they obviously purposely hid that from us because they didn't want us to know what else they were working on, and you can definitely tell that was the case. Is it similar to Necro? No. Spiritborn is very different than all the classes. There is not a class that is similar to. It's its own very well designed class. You could have passed the card that was on my right, man. What up, Japan? Dr. the Dude's going on. Faster necro movement. Something like that, I guess. It's only 2 days, then we can see what it's all about and you're excited. So like, I think if I'm not mistaken, not that I can tell you anything, but I think the streamers are probably going to have the same build that we had this weekend. So they're probably not going to know or have more information than the people who already played it this weekend did. So when you guys see it live, you'll also see like a bunch of videos drop like after the stream or whatever that is going to correlate with what you saw live stream or what you will be seeing on Thursday in a sense. So but yeah, it looks like Javazon meets Wish Doctor hybrid. I'm gonna tell you this, it's nothing like they weren't lying when they said it's nothing like you've seen before. It literally isn't anything that you've seen before in a Diablo game. It's not like anything else. Like it's just not. And that's a good thing. But you can tell, or we can tell, I'm sorry, that a lot of work and went into the design of the class. Like a lot of work went into it. Like it's kind of insane how much they did for this particular class, and we're a little jealous. I think we were a little jealous. I guess I could say this much: we were a little jealous, hoping, like, okay, how are they going to make the other classes feel like this class feels? Because I mean, the idea is, if the philosophies that went into designing this class isn't adapted in the other classes in the expansion, everybody's playing Spiritborn. So it's kind of like it. I think the devs have their work cut out for them when it comes to making the other class feel as hype and as good as the Spiritborn does. You said, were you playing expansion content? Yes, but it was a very select build. I'll put it that way. So it's like, yes, I got a chance to be in a new area. Yes, I got a chance to play with some of the newer quests, I guess you could say. I got a chance to be in a new, well, like I said, new area. Again, can't really talk about it, but I will say it looks amazing. The new area is very visually well designed, but I never really questioned the art team. The art team has always been good at Blizzard, so I wasn't surprised. I kind of expected it to look good. All of these Spiritborn effects look very good. Heroes better than normal class. You said like LOL with old champs. Yeah. What does that mean for future classes? Is Spiritborn going to be a difficult class to live up to? It's funny because we kind of asked that same question. We didn't get a direct answer, but we did ask that same question, believe it or not. Lots of green and Spiritborn color palettes. I won't talk about that. New monsters, new tile sets, yes. Do you think that means big changes are coming to all classes? I would think so. Because like I said, if not, everybody's playing Spiritborn. I mean, I think everybody's playing Spiritborn anyways. But if the other changes, new stuff that they have coming for the older classes or vanilla classes, if they're not as cool or vibrant, or if they don't adopt the same philosophy that they did with the Spiritborn, I think that's probably the best way to put it without saying much. If they don't adopt the same philosophy that they had going into creating the Spiritborn itself, and kind of using a good chunk of what they did with the Spiritborn to refresh the other classes, then we're all playing Spiritborn. I'm not saying every class has to be like the Spiritborn, but I'm saying like there's just ways that they went about the class that a lot of us would wish that we saw in other classes in general. I will say that I think there's something for everybody in the Spiritborn. No matter what type of style of play you like, it's all there. It literally is all there. It doesn't matter like the archetype that you like to play. You will enjoy Spiritborn no matter what. And like I'm a pretty hard person to impress with stuff like that because I like a very specific style of play, an archetype per se. And I had a lot of fun with the Spiritborn, playing all the styles, all the ways you can play Spiritborn. I actually enjoyed every single one. Now, of course, I have some favorites. Can't talk about what they are, but I have some favorites. But I thoroughly enjoyed all the different ways you can play Spiritborn. Even ways that I would never guess that I would like. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to mess around with that. And so I did that thing last. And it happened to be like my second favorite thing to do. It's actually difficult to impress me with. But they did. They did. With that being said, you said die now, Spiritborn main. Everybody's a Spiritborn main, man. Everybody's Spiritborn, man. If you're not playing Spiritborn, you're probably doing it wrong at this point, including myself. I'm actually, so the thing about it is, it's funny because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to want to start with Rogue at the beginning of the expansion, because generally speaking, that's what I planned on doing anyway. Like I was gonna play Spiritborn, but maybe like as like a second class, because everybody's gonna be playing Spiritborn, right? Everybody and their mom and their pet goldfish are gonna be playing Spiritborn. So I'm like, I'll play Rogue first, and then I'll go back and enjoy some Spiritborn content. But now I'm really thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of really want to do Spiritborn at the start. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it's just recency bias where I got a chance to look at the stuff on Spiritborn, but none of the cool things on Rogue yet. So who knows? But it's gonna be a tall order to live up to. I'm just gonna be honest. Anyhow, we're gonna actually take a look at Season 5 changes, because we can talk about it. I think I can go into a lot more detail about Season 5 changes that that we were in a meeting about. I know some stuff has been mentioned in some videos and things. There's probably a little bit more details I can kind of go into that isn't necessarily mentioned in some videos. So what level of Spiritborn did I get to play? Honestly, I don't even know if I can tell you that information. Like we're under heavy NDA, and I don't even think I can tell you what level or levels that we got to play of the Spiritborn. So is Spiritborn a melee casting hybrid? Spiritborn has a lot of different archetypes that you can kind of build into. That's all I can tell you. Who is going to be a Spiritborn guide right on Maxroll? All of us. We are deleting all the other class guides, and every single one of us are going to be just doing Spiritborn guides at Maxroll. So, yep, that is the answer to your question right there. The sun is still out, and I thought you were a vampire. What up, Tommy Rose? Is that I heard they nerfed Barb hard on Season 5? They did. There's the funny thing about it is that even with the way that they nerf Barb, they would still be a pretty top class. Ironically enough. So it kind of, because compared to some of the other things that also got hacked to as well, Barbs will still be like top 3 easily. Barbs is no longer like top 1 or top 2 by a significant margin. But it just goes to show you how strong they were before. I think that's kind of the big thing. I don't agree with the way, like with the exact way that they went about nerfing the Barb, but because you kind of remove choices in a sense, you move mechanics that the Barb was kind of building around that kind of made the Barb. So I can understand the frustration for those who enjoyed that. So I guess we'll have to see what the rest of the item changes lead us to be. Is Spiritborn OP? It's kind of hard to say that because we don't know what the rest of the other classes changes for the expansion is. So we don't have anything to compare it to. right? All we have is just we played the Spiritborn, stuff felt good. That's all we know, right? You know, in order for something to be OP, it has to be OP relative to something else, right? Is it OP compared to what itself, the content, other classes? You know, you see what I'm saying? So like, because we couldn't play any other classes, we don't have a metric. I'm looking for. We're gonna visit Wildhead for a little bit. Actually, I don't like that main capture. Let's do this one. Okay, that gives me a better thing. Cool. Because we don't have this on at least updated on Maxroll quite yet. Just tell me that. Are we gonna waste our time in season 5, or it's gonna be cool? Now, when you say waste our time in season 5, what do you mean? Give me more details of what you mean by that. Like in terms of like the season itself, in terms of specific classes, specific builds. How was the trip? Oh no, I did go. It was fun. I was mad earlier on. Like, so I was supposed to get there at like 8:30 p.m. on Thursday night. And so when I got on the plane, apparently the AC wasn't working. So they had maintenance come in to, you know, help try to fix that part, right? And so after about 35 to 40 minutes of sitting on a plane, even the flight attendants was like, I think we need some sort of update. Like, you know, it'd be nice if they updated us. So when you have flight attendants that say that, that's kind of a big worry, right? It's like, okay, if the flight attendants don't know what's going on, then this is not good, right? So sitting on a plane, and then they tell us after about 40, 50 minutes of hearing nothing, it was like, yeah, so we're experiencing some technical issues with the plane's engine, so we're going to deplane and try to see if we can get you guys on like a different plane or whatnot. And I'm just like, oh God, really? Like this is this is how it's gonna go. So ended up having to call Pez Radar and Bloodshed and tell them, hey, yeah, changes to my flight apparently is happening. And then they come to find out that the next plane or the next flight wasn't until like 14 hours later. And I'm like, you're kidding me. So I was like, all right, not cool, because everybody's like having fun at the hotel lobby and going swimming and everything. And I'm still stuck at the airport, right? The only one stuck at the freaking airport, right? And so Pez Radar, well, I'll call him Adam. Adam and Bloodshed basically pulled some strings to try to get me a different flight going into LAX. However, that flight wasn't until 12 hours later. So it was still not good, but it was slightly better than my previous situation. So I actually didn't even make it to California until about 10:30 a.m. or whatever. And I got an Uber, and I missed like part of the early stuff that they did, like the campus tour. I didn't get a campus tour. I didn't get my welcome bag. I didn't get like some other stuff that people have gotten, but I made it in time for the presentation part of it. And so like, but I was like 1 minute away from missing the presentation for the Spiritborn or whatever. So like, that would have pissed me off if I would have missed that. Yeah, I got to the campus at 11:14, and the presentation started at 11:15. And I walked in, and several content creators like, "Yo, it's Doxa, he made it," because people were just like, "Yo, where's Doxa?" kind of thing. So, needless to say, the beginning of my trip was not good, and I was rather pissed because I'm like, so I was like, you said, how did I get a flight after 12 hours when the next one was in 14? Different airports. So instead of getting into SNA like I was supposed to go to, they got me a flight to go to LAX, which is a much busier airport, but somehow I had a flight 2 hours earlier than the flight I currently was supposed to be on. Heikenberg, what's going on, man? So anyways, yeah, had a great time when I was there though. It was really cool. I talked. We got a chance to play obviously the expansion of Spiritborn and whatnot, and the devs were walking around while we were playing, so they were watching us do the things that we were doing, and so we were giving feedback on the fly, I guess, in a way. And then after that, we had dinner, went to Dave and Buster's, and yeah, we just kind of just have fun. And after Dave and Buster's, we went back to the hotel lobby and kind of like stuck around and had some drinks or whatever. Just kind of hung out. It was actually a really cool experience. I got a chance to talk to the devs a lot, especially Leviathan, and I forgot the other guy's name who works on the Spiritborn class. Yeah, we just sat and talked a lot. And it's pretty eye opening. It's stuff that I actually preach about in my stream a lot when I say that the devs do know more about what's going on than we think they do, and like talking with them for hours, especially Leviathan and whatever. Can't say everything that we talked about because obviously they trust me to be able to have conversations with them and not bring that back, right? But what I can tell you is that a lot of concerns that we do have, they have those same concerns, and they talk about that a lot internally, and you can tell by their facial expressions when we were talking back and forth. Me and Lexi hung out a lot, but you could tell they know. It's a matter of sometimes it's a matter of getting the entire team, which is pretty big, to agree on same things. So there's a lot of things that we talk about where it's kind of like, it's like, oh yeah, and like the way that they were responding, like yeah, we had this, we think this too and whatnot. We have these conversations internally, and like some people disagree, and I'm there, giving them like the frowny face and saying, bro, it feels like this. I promise you'll be better. I mean, it's like they're just as passionate discussing the things that we discuss internally. Timeline doesn't always necessarily match up with what we want, like in terms of when things get released and when we get to see it, obviously, as you can tell. But they are more fired up about stuff like this than sometimes we are, believe it or not. So, and I trust Leviathan when he tells me stuff like that, like very, very, very generalistic. But they because I mean, like Leviathan is a gamer, he gets it. He 100% gets it. He's a min-max theory crafter, so like he gets it. Dude gets it. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how rare they are, even if they, as a whole, or it's being communicated as if they're not aware, right? Could be too many chefs in the kitchen at times. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got too. With that sometimes. Dive when we know more about the Spiritborn on Thursday. So, I mean, what do you think about? There's any chance that they will, for them to do it still playable after all the bugs and PTR? There's no way. So I guess I can't say that. How do I word this? Let's just say that I was mostly correct about the fact that the PTR was launched early, as in like not in the state that they prefer to launch it in. That's all I'm going to say about that. So season 5, in terms of bugs is concerned, there will still, obviously there's gonna be bugs. It won't be nearly as bad as it was in the PTR though. Don't do it. I'm pretty good at like talking around it. They're okay with it. Just call up Adam Averill. No, seriously, they just seem like sugar. They really are. They really are. It just I wish sometimes that you guys can, get to like be there, with us when we're with them and whatnot, and kind of see what the vibe really is with these guys. Because me telling you guys how it is doesn't really do you guys as much justice as being there and like watching them in that, I'm saying in the element, but be able to speak about it in the way that they want to, even further than what they do in campfire chats, right? So are we gonna be mind blown by the season 6 changes? We don't know anything about season 6. We know nothing about season 6. The Spiritborn live stream, also campfire for season 5. No, those are two separate things. A lot's coming. So yeah, season 5 campfire is later than the Spiritborn live stream. Do you think low-range talismans will be multiplicative? Don't know. There was no information given about that yesterday, so honestly, no idea. It'll be, so yeah, I mean, it's weird. If it's additive, it's kind of useless. If it's multiplicative, it's too strong for a lot of things. So I don't really know what the real balance is going to be there. Whether they just tune numbers and keep it multiplicative or something, I don't know. But Spiritborn form, yes. Fun, yes. It was more fun than I was anticipating, playing all the different ways you can play Spiritborn. All of them were fun, including ways I normally wouldn't play a class, which is a lot of ways. If you guys know how I do things here, so the changes I saw would make season 5 a lot better. Yeah, we'll go over some of the journalistic changes, and there's more than what's out there publicly. It's just that this is all that really can be revealed, and all that they had time to really kind of tell us. So Gress is going on. He said, "Welcome back." Yeah, what's going on, man? Season 5 in 3 weeks, pretty much. It's closer than people think it is. He said, Will Leviathan is one of the people working on Spiritborn. He is definitely a dev working. Yes, he is. Yeah, he's big time now. I'll put it that way. Levi's big time now. He's not just. I know when they brought him in, he was working on Immortal, right? Diablo Immortal initially, and then he kind of got moved around into and D4 development stuff. So he's pretty big hands on with Diablo 4, and that's super cool to see, because I mean, Leviathan's a gamer, and it's good to have gamers, like min-max theory crafter gamers in important seats like that. I mean, everybody's important, don't get me wrong, but it's like, be able to make those really critical decisions that affect the way people play certain things. I think is very good to have a guy like that be able to fight, I guess, lobby for things, right? Because obviously they're big teams, right? So they kind of have to agree, Oh, she's this time you're late when the stream started. No, it's all right. I started early. Wait, you said DM had very nice words for you in this video? Oh, he put out a video? Like a trip video? DM was cool, man. DM was cool. It was really... Yo, Rob is tall as hell. Rob, I don't know. I imagine him being like average height. I mean, I just... like Rob just towers over everybody. Like I'm constantly like looking up at him. He's like, bro, what up, man? Like he's like up here, man. I'm just like, but Rob is cool though. The cool thing about meeting all the other content creators is that they're exactly what they were. Like they're all on stream. Like everybody's personalities you're used to seeing is exactly the same. Like Barricade, who's super high energy and just like continuous positive vibes or whatever, he's exactly like that in real life, like 100%. And the guy who loves to get back to the community, I think he what was it, when he first got there, he got his welcome bag, and I think someone else wanted one because or he's like, hey, well, not one of them was like, hey, that's a really cool welcome bag, that looks really awesome, whatever. It's like, man, I wish I could have one of those. So it's like someone who wasn't like a partner but like came with other people, whatever. And Barricade, without a thought, was like, here, you can have mine. I mean, it wasn't even a second thought. It was like, it wasn't like him thinking. It was a legitimate, normal reaction to just go ahead and just give her his bag. And I'm just like, dude, that's a very Barricade thing to do. Like so like, people, everyone was really what you expect from the stream, basically. Yeah, I talked to Barricade a lot this past weekend, especially towards the end of the trip. Bro, people from EU are always tall. Nuh-uh, Woody is short. Woody is short. Woody looks tall in the webcam, but Woody is short. Like I expected Woody to be tall when I like, cause the way his webcam is, and like just like his like a shape, like his kind of like a slim, longer neck shape or whatever. Like you would assume that Woody's like kind of tall, but no, he's short. He's shorter than I am. I mean, I'm not short, but he was obviously shorter than most people that were there at BlizzCon. He's short. He's a short dude, man. He's catfishing his height, yes. But like I said, in his cam, he looks tall. Die is 5 foot for reference. Lies. Nah. In reality, though, I'm like about 5'8" ish, 5'8", 8.5", somewhere around that range. Yeah. He said Kate is the nicest person I think I ever met. I'd probably him and Aeolina. I'd probably put that's kind of a neck and neck sort of thing. But she was super nice too. She brought her whole family there, which I was like, wow, like you weren't kidding when you said you're all about your family. You legit brought your family there, like your husband, your was it stepmom, her adopted daughter, and herself. Like they all were there. Was he on his booster seat? I don't know. That's crazy. I feel like that. I feel like people like that are hard to come by. Yeah, I bet. Was a fight play paid by Blizzard for content creators? I think I'm allowed to say yeah. They sponsored our trip, but it wasn't just the people that you know. It was also like regional, like people are from around the world. So like there are Diablo partners that I didn't even know were partners because different regions, right? So there were a lot of Koreans there that I didn't know. I mean, I don't know if you've seen like Barricade's picture or pictures of like all of us in a group photo or whatever. Like I bet like this maybe over half the people you don't recognize because they're from different regions. You have people who are like from the South American region. You have people who are from the Korean/Asian region, or whatnot. So it was actually pretty cool to kind of see like everyone. I don't say everyone, but like a good chunk of partners that were actually there. Did you miss the Spiritborn talk? Yeah, we totally talked. We totally said every. So we totally said everything that I am not allowed to talk about on Spiritborn, which is basically me saying nothing. So all I can say is fun and well designed. Very well designed. Can't wait for this new class. Yeah, me too, man. It's interesting. You can talk to anyone about getting full mass from Piss so we can actually enjoy playing with friends. That topic was brought up. And they're very well aware about that, about how we feel about that. I'll put it that way. We haven't gotten the response of what they're going to actually do about it. But there has been internal talks about it. Okay, can you go over what you can talk about? I mean, that's it. That's all I can tell. That's all I can tell you. The new zone is cool. The new quest is cool. The new quest stuff that we did get a chance to play was cool. It visually looked really good, but I'm not surprised because Blizzard's art team has always been like fantastic. So that's not completely out of the ordinary. But yeah, Blue bought us. Hey, yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of. But did I try Spiritborn in the new content? Yes. Yep. I could say that much. We did play the Spiritborn inside the new content. Is the Angel Breath struggle really over? Yes. Parents, what's going on? You said the apartment era begins in 2 days. So you're gonna okay. So you'll be in you'll be in Cali. Um, cool. Is it Wednesday NDA lifted? Thursday. Thursday after the live stream. I can tell you everything I did and could show you stuff and things, you know, of things I might have access to that I don't have access to, but might have access, um, access to on Thursday. I will say that the existing content did not exist. We were playing specifically Spiritborn, and we could not see anything else. We were not allowed to see anything else. I'm allowed to say it's fun. Oh yeah, absolutely, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Lots of unique and cool ways to play a class, and the way it's designed is unlike any other classes you've ever played. So when people say, "Oh, it's like the Witch Doctor slash this class hybrid," and I'm just like, no. So is it like this class, but also this class with some elements of this class? Answer is no. Like there's nothing that I can say that reminds me of any. Well, I guess there is one thing, but I don't know if I can say that much. I don't know if I had the I don't know if I can say that much. There is one thing I would say that reminds me of something, but it's like a minor thing. But that's something I don't think I can say. Is it willpower class? I can't tell you that. At least I don't think I can tell you what the main stat is. I'm so geeked to not to worry about rerolls at the Oculus anymore. Yeah, the Angel Breath removal was pretty legit. Man, is it Thursday already? Was it 10 out of 10? It was 11 out of 10. Raven, 11 out of 10. Spiritborn pretty much far exceeded my expectations of what the new class was going to feel like or be like or play like. What's the move for the expansion for Rogue? No idea. Because we didn't get to play any classes in the expansion. Are you talking about season 5? Like, what's the move for season 5 Rogue? Because I could probably tell you more about that, kind of. But expansion, there's no way. Because we didn't see anything. Without saying what, were you able to be candid with the dev team? Yes. They're very, the dev team, believe it or not, most of the dev team, are gamers themselves. At least the ones that work on like the stuff that we get, actually have, get our hands on. I won't necessarily say that, maybe the dungeon designers may not necessarily be gamers per se, or some of the other like branches, whatever. But like when we talk about like classes and mechanics and stuff like that, most of them are gamers. Bozon, I think, kind of said it best in the sense where the teams, they're separate teams working on two different things at the same time. And those teams are pretty massive and they're huge. And there has to be some sort of agreement on what's going to happen with the game. And sometimes those changes come a little later because there necessarily isn't internal agreements to how they tackle the problem, even though they know what the problem is. And they can clearly see because we've given them 4,000 pages worth of information. It's a matter of how are they going to tackle that problem, and are they going to mostly agree on what how to fix that problem. Did I get to see the Leviathan in Blood? Yes, a lot. Can we talk about how hype the XP cap being removed is? That's going to be interesting. This is, in terms of leveling is concerned, that's going to be interesting. I would say mostly in a good way. Power leveling is going to be a service again. People are going to be power leveling people for gold, or with are going to be selling power levels. I'll put it that way, just because, well, that's kind of back, right? So, but yeah, I will say definitely being able to level in Helltide a lot quicker, especially with the profane mind cage or whatever. The brains is going to be quite interesting. The change been forced according to your feedback. They totally called your name out, Thomas, and said, you know what? That dude is right. We see him all the time in Die Stream, and like, dude's right. Dude's absolutely right. I will say that it's a new class like any class in World of Warcraft. No. Nope. How good will Keeper in Death aspect actually be? We don't know the new numbers on some of the aspects that they're tuning. So I don't know. That part I don't know. Do you know when we'll see the list of uniques that got changed? Probably next week. If I had to take a guess, like an educated guess, probably sometime next week. We got some information on some uniques that got changed, but not all of them. Keep in mind, every single unique got a change. So every single unique that isn't a new unique that you saw in the PTR had gotten changes to them. Every single one of them. So we don't know what the new versions of all the old uniques look like. We just only got like an idea of what they're doing and how they're going to make old uniques more useful. So they gave us examples of that, right? As you can see here with, if you guys have seen people's videos on this topic, you see some uniques that got changed, right? And you're just like, okay, so this is the route they're going. So that gives you an idea of how they're trying to tune all uniques. Would you switch your main for Spiritborn? At the moment, without seeing the rogue stuff, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's a hard one. I seriously don't know. It's yeah. That's all I can say. I don't know. It's. I will be spending quite a bit of time playing Spiritborn. That's probably all I can tell you on that one. Would I main it, or would it be the class I play more than Rogue in the expansion? That is to be determined. That is to be determined. Season 5, it's going to be Rogue meta? You mean like season 5 is like, all about rogues is what you mean, or you're asking like what's going to be meta for season 5? Did I tell Levi I mission? I actually did not. I'm sorry. Is it the monk plus witch doctor overall? No. You love Heartseeker this season. Thanks for the build. Thanks, man. Appreciate the compliment there. So the fact that you even consider it is a massive win for the developers. Yeah, like that's it's funny because there were a few other people who were like very class loyalists, like I've been, and some of them were saying the same thing. They were just kind of like, interesting. Spirit will be overtuned for that DLC sale. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That would be like the business tactic, right? I think that's just from a business side of things, where it's like, that's the hype. But I honestly don't even think they need to do that. If Spiritborn goes through with the way, I mean, I'm sure there's probably more to it than what we got a chance to play, right? If Spiritborn goes through with, most of how we saw it, they don't need to make it OP, honestly, to capture your attention. It's just, it doesn't need that. It probably will be a little overtuned. Let's be honest, but I don't think it needs that. Cedric, what's going on? Oh, did I ever play Hellgate London? I actually did before it shut. Like the launch of Hellgate London before it, it got shut down quite quickly and then picked up later, way later by a different company, etc. Um, which I was sad about. I actually did enjoy Hellgate London at the beginning, despite the issues. What were the overall predictions that the Blizzard staff have for season 5 that we should be aware of? Oh wait, predictions did Blizzard have for season 5 that we should be aware of? You said predictions. What do you mean by predictions per se? How much would I rank the foreseeable upcoming strengths of each class, including Spiritborn? No idea, because we couldn't play the other classes in the expansion. All we could play was the Spiritborn. It was a very it was a very specific build created specifically for us to play and test the Spiritborn. So, I don't even know if I can even say. I guess I could say this much because it doesn't reveal anything. Well, I couldn't even open up options. I put it that way. Like, our build was very rigid that I couldn't even open up options. So I couldn't change keybinds or anything. It was literally that rigid in terms of what we got access to, which makes sense because the idea was to play the Spiritborn and get feedback, right? And that's it. So a lot of the things we were locked out of. So we definitely couldn't see new Paragon stuff or other class skills or anything like that. Okay, so is it the new class anything like any class in Hellgate London? No. I can't give you I'll put it this way. There's nothing that I can really think of that I can compare it to. It's quite a bit different, and you can tell the amount of effort they put into it. Is it pay to win? I think that's the case for almost every DLC and action RPGs, right? The new class has to entice you enough to make you want to purchase the expansion. So if everyone hears that the Spiritborn is, or whatever new class is OP, then everybody's like, okay, well, I gotta buy the expansion now because I gotta play the next OP thing. I don't think that's intentionally always the way that way, but I think with the way the Spiritborn is designed, it's gonna have more opportunities to do strong things, I guess. So they're definitely it just a better design class, and you could tell how much work went into that one class versus, let's say, the other classes. They barely have season 5 class balancing locked down. I'm not even gonna begin dreaming about an expansion tier list, right? Ain't no way. There's no way that I can even know. So you look forward to watching Maxroll stream Spiritborn on Thursday, and then watching this face as he goes back to Necro training dummy gameplay. Oh man. Yeah, yeah. What's the first class you play in season 6 die? I don't know. It's gonna obviously either be Rogue or Spiritborn, and right now it's kind of looking in the Spiritborn favor at the moment, based off of what I saw. Again, if you have any information about what's going on with Rogue and the expansion that excites me or hypes me, it might be a different story. But at the moment, Blizzard's gonna have to live up to some really high standards in terms of making the other classes feel as good or play as well or have as many options, I guess you could say, as a Spiritborn. So we'll kind of see how that goes. Good that the summer slump is over soon. The new Druid. That's the thing. I can't even say it's like Druid either. Although I guess the artwork that we've all seen, the Spiritborn, just the artwork itself would lead you to believe that that's the case. But Yeah, nah. Did they ask you guys for opinion on buffing stuff or changes to content you guys thought the game needed? Yeah, but most of our conversations was about the Spiritborn. So like any question, Q&As that we did while we were there were mostly about the Spiritborn and what we played with the Spiritborn. Now yesterday when they pulled some of us partners to the side to kind of show us some of the changes to the game or whatever that we've obviously have released since then, we did give them a lot more feedback from the feedback that they had in terms of the changes concerned. So we gave them more feedback based on the stuff that they said that they were wanting to change or the direction of stuff that they want to change. So yeah, they got a lot more feedback from us yesterday in terms of season 5. But while we were at Blizzard headquarters, we couldn't. They couldn't, but most of the stuff was based around the Spiritborn. There's like one guy who couldn't talk about anything but the Spiritborn. Like that was like he just wasn't allowed to say anything. Their PR training is very, very, very good. By the way, yeah, one guy was like, "I'm here to talk about the Spiritborn. That is it. Like I can't tell you anything else." He works on other things, but he's like, "I talk about Spiritborn. So what do you want to know about Spiritborn?" I was like, "Oh, okay, well." Without breaking NDA, did Spear have hands, legs, and a head? He or she resembles the picture that you saw on the Vessel of Hatred thing. Like the Vessel of Hatred image or whatever. Yeah, he looks a lot like that. Did I play the campaign expansion? No. Nope. Which it makes sense. I mean, they don't want to spoil us. They spoil the that part of the expansion. Who's going to be the Spiritborn specialist at Maxroll? All of us, because we're deleting all other classes from Maxroll, and we're all just going to be writing Spiritborn guides. Ironically enough, there's probably enough different routes of which you can play Spiritborn that I think each one of us can probably cover something. As crazy as that might sound. So they didn't invite Quinn69? I don't know. I don't know if they invited him and he just didn't come or what. There were a few people that got invited that didn't go. That just either didn't have the time to go or whatnot. For some people, it's just not worth. Like I'm gonna say not worth, but for them, they're more concerned about their content. Like I guess getting a full expense paid trip out there, might be worth less to them than what they make in a single day for streaming or YouTubing, right? So like, you see what I'm saying? So like, someone like that's the size of Quinn would probably make more than what he's getting back from Blizzard flying out there to do the thing. You see what I'm saying? Like there are some people who just rather be like, this financially doesn't make sense to me, so I'm just not gonna go, kind of thing. Or some people it's just like it conflicts with something else or whatnot. Because I mean, we didn't know about this until like about a month before. So we got like a month notice. So it's not like we knew that we were going for like a good 5 or 6 months to make plans. It was like a month notice. So not everybody could just kind of take off and go, in a sense. Does the Spiritborn get a sexy or get sexy skin like Rogue? I mean, we didn't get access to all the skins, so I don't know. The cosmetics would be very interesting, and that's all I can tell you. Because it plays into the philosophy of the class, and that's all I can say. More so than the other classes. With the coming Hellgate in Diablo 4 and Diablo Desmate Hellgate, was hoping they would add more Hellgate stuff to D4. Oh, you mean the Infernal Hordes? Is that what you're talking about? Can I vaguely tell us what playing Spiritborn reminded you of? It didn't remind me of anything. Well, I did say there was something minor that it did remind me of. Like there were some aspects of it where I'm just like, hey, this feels like something, but I can't go on and tell you anything more than that. But it's definitely different than all the other classes. That this new class Shapeshift, I can't tell you anything gameplay related or skills related or anything like that of that nature. It's a tiger, it's a rock, it's a flamingo, it's a Spiritborn. Did Jesse say he didn't have time at the time? Yeah, I mean, like I said, we got short notice on it. I mean, we were excited, but it was definitely short notice for sure. Was Shroud there? No, Shroud was not there. I don't think I ever saw Shroud in any Blizzard event related or Blizzard Diablo related event. I think Shroud has only really played D4. And that was early season, like like preseason or whatever when it was hype. I think Shroud kind of plays the next hype. He's like that kind of streamer where everyone wants to know his opinion on like the next big game, especially if it's a shooter. So like, he's not a D4 player or a Diablo player, so he's not like a partner for Diablo. Does it move like Rogue or like Druid? Neither. And there's so much more I want to tell you about that, but I can't. J Rockets is going on. Subscribe for 6 months. What a baller. Appreciate you. But journalistic changes going on to season 5. When can I start talking about Spiritborn? Thursday after the live stream. And at that point, all of us are gonna doing that, I guess you could say. How's the trip? Very fun. I had some issues getting there because I got deplaned because of some engine issues. So I kind of got there late, unfortunately. So, but the experience was nice. It was fun. Meeting all the content creators and seeing their personalities in person, right? Like they none of them really had a facade, you could say. Granny, what's going on, man? But yeah, let's talk about season 5 because I think season 5, with some of these changes that are listed and kind of not listed. I can talk more about that. If there's anything that's not listed, I can probably go into a little bit more detail. Just because they told us that we could. Is this expansion worth buying? No idea, because all we had the chance to do is play the Spiritborn in a very specific build. So we didn't get to play the entire expansion with all the different classes and Paragon stuff or whatever. So, I mean, that's like, yeah, I can't answer that like truthfully. But I will say that if you are interested in the new class based on what I play from the new class, I think the new class and the new area is worth the money by itself. But I don't know. I don't know anything else about anything else. So I can't. Wish we did get a chance to see other things, but we didn't. Though, what's going on? How many hours were you able to test out a new class? I don't know if I can give the exact answer, if I'm allowed to, but let's just say several hours. Several hours. So we got I wish we had more time actually, but yeah. Did I get a chance to try any good restaurants during your trip? Cali? I don't know. Like I wouldn't. I mean, I guess I tried some of the restaurants at the mall, the Spectrum Irvine Center. It's like Wood Ranch and I forgot the other place you went. That was actually really really good. But most of the stuff is has been like around the mall area because we were lodged literally in walking distance of the Irvine Spectrum Center, which is like a pretty nice mall. It's like kind of like an outlet type ordeal, but bigger. Is the new class better when it changes into a tiger? I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. Stone form is the strongest form. I mean, it could be. I mean, who knows? But you said you're ready to blast in 3 weeks on Rogue. You're so ready. Is Spiritborn faster than a Druid? Don't know because we didn't get a chance to play the Druid in the expansion. So, it's hard to compare Spiritborn to any other class in terms of like better, stronger, faster, anything like that, because we didn't play the other classes in the expansion. So we have no we have nothing that we can compare it to. There's no like bar of what other classes can and can't do. Who knows? I mean, Druid might get to fly on the Falcon or something, right? And like throw some lightning bolts from like the air or whatever while jumping off the Falcon, and bear form and smashing the ground, causing a quadrillion damage. I mean, that could be an expansion. Who knows, right? And if that's the case, that could be faster than all other classes. I have no idea. Is it a far fetch? Could be, but that's it's about as relevant as anything else I could say about the expansion, right? Like, who knows? Any parties of sightseeing? I was trying to get on the hot balloon ride, the hot air balloon ride, but it was always full. So I was sad I couldn't do that. But in terms of parties, I mean, we basically, the biggest party was like the campus tour, I guess you could say. I wouldn't call it a party, but we got the campus tour that I missed because I got there late, stupid plane, and then the party was pretty much Dave and Buster's. We went to Dave and Buster's for dinner, and we had like a whole private room rented out just for us, and we got like vouchers for drinks and stuff. It was actually quite cool. We also got a game card in which we were able to play like a certain amount of games or whatever, and then some games were like unlimited with that card, just for us. So it was actually quite cool that they actually took care of us in that sense. And then they had food there too as well, specifically for us. So that was also cool. Then we partied again in the hotel lobby, I guess, which I wouldn't really call it a party, but definitely a gathering. It's so safe answer, right? So now the real question: will the Falcon look big bone to Master Druid? I mean, I wouldn't say that, but there's a possibility maybe that one of the wings will look like an actual Falcon wing, and the other one is like a cannon. But we have to wait and see if that comes to fruition, right? But hey, anything can happen. You just can't wait till Thursday to find out about the class. There's gonna be a lot of videos that are gonna drop on Thursday after the live stream. I'll put it that way. All right. Anyhow, we do got stuff coming into season 5, which I can talk a lot more about actually. They changed main stat scaling to make up for the additional item slots that barbarians and rogues have. So necromancers got a pretty big buff. I say pretty big buff, but a buff in that sense there. So the druid, even rogue slightly, I guess. Kind of feel like this is kind of like a band-aid fix. But I mean, at least it's they're shooting darts at the moment to try to bridge the gap between classes with being able to use multiple weapons and other classes that kind of can't. So this is one way to do it, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see how that how that plays out actually. This is a big change here. Experience bonus per monster level difference is not uncapped. It used to be at 15%. This is ginormous because actually I don't know if it's listed in here or not, but yeah, okay, he didn't. Hearts doubling. Yes, in front of hordes. Okay, so this is not mentioned here. Okay, so what I can say is that this Profane Mind Cage is back in the game, and it can stack multiple times. So something that's not mentioned here in this whatchamacallit, unless it's down somewhere else. But this can stack multiple times. So we can get like a pretty beefy level Helltide. So that I can tell you. I'm allowed to tell you that. Yeah, it can stack multiple times. So Helltide can literally be Helltide, which I think is a there's a you can do that. I think is from what they said up to 3 times, I think. So you're looking at 30 levels above or whatever. So yeah, I think Woody said it like 3 times. Yeah. So yeah. So that's gonna be really good for Helltide. Definitely makes Helltide. Obviously if you weren't leveling in Helltide before, even if we told you to level in Helltide before, you're definitely doing it now. So instead of world tier 5 and up, we stack brains pretty much. We just need that experience for other places in the open world, right? Because did they talk about the world boss change? Probably not in here. Okay, probably not. But yeah, world boss change is interesting, as we're going to world bosses with the way that I don't know exactly how they explain how they're approaching it, because when I was listening to it, I'm just like, I think I understand. But no longer will you be able to one-shot world bosses. It's going to, the fight is going to, no matter how strong you are specifically, if you're in a group or people are there with y'all, the damage is going to be normalized, is what they said. Meaning that the world boss is going to actually take some time to kill. So, I don't know what the exact number that they're trying to reach in terms of like how long of a boss fight. But they did say no more one-shotting or 2 or 3 second boss fights, which makes sense. So if one guy is AFK, you can't complete it. Not necessarily, no. No. Because we asked that question too. The answer is no. The question is, will it scale center rewards as well? That's actually a good question. I'm not sure. I don't think we got an answer to that. At least not a clear answer to that. Does a new mount got anything to do with the new class? Visually, yes. Will World Boss be more like closed and game beta? You'll have to. I guess the thing is with the World Boss is that you'll have to actually fight the mechanics. I think that's just kind of what they want. Now, I think if they're gonna do that, they probably need to up the rewards a little bit more in a sense. Maybe just a teeny bit more, considering how we've gotten used to instant giving world bosses, at least for now. But I like the idea of having to fight the world boss, fight the world boss would be nice to kind of do that, in a sense. Yeah, he said, bro, people asking for tanky world bosses and wanting 10-minute fights. I don't know if people want 10 minutes fights, but I think 1 second fights are the other extreme that I don't think people really, I don't say people don't want, but like it's really not good for the game. Literally, if I play a combo point rogue, I never get my core skill out before the boss is dead. So like literally, I have no value in the boss fight, 0. Because like I shoot 2 punctures and the boss is dead, and I needed 3 to at least fill my combo point bar and my precision stacks to be able to at least unleash the whatever core skill I have to be able to actually hit the world boss. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a strange way to fight a world boss. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying 10-minute fights, but I think you know, 2 or 3 second fights are also not good. I mean, maybe a couple of minutes, 2, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or whatever. It seems kind of reasonable. 3 minutes or whatever. Also, you can actually like fight the mechanics at every single tick that happens versus skipping those ticks or whatever, or actually having to stagger the boss, right? You know, we never had to stagger the boss to like break off limbs and stuff. Most people don't even know that like every boss has something like where if you stagger it, something happens to the boss. Like a Shava loses like a wing or whatever. And so like things happen every time you stagger a boss. You know, so like they're really cool mechanics that we don't get to play or mess with because more bosses die too fast. Did you play Helltide at all on the test server you played? There were quests, and so we played the new area, which had most of the things you would assume the old area would have in terms of the outer world. I'll say it that way. So Liam, appreciate the sub, man. Oh, played every season and did not know World Boss has mechanics. Oh yeah, it does. And the funny thing about it is that I was initially responsible for writing for that on Maxroll. Like I did World Boss mechanics, elite affix mechanics when I first got the Maxroll, and my job was to literally like record the fights and specifically do certain things and all the fights and all all the world bosses, and like, you know, like record, talk about the cooldowns, talk about the attacks, to talk about what happens at each tick, what happens if you stagger them, what happens if you stagger them once. Yeah, like I had a bunch of stuff written on the world boss mechanics, but you just never had to learn them because, or know what they were, because, you know, they just got insta-gibbed. The world boss rewards are already lackluster, make the fight 5+ minutes, and then I doubt even bother if a weekly patch isn't involved. I mean, the thing is that like there has to, well, I mean, the world boss has to be challenging, or should be challenging in some way. I mean, how else would you go about figuring out how to make people actually fight the world boss mechanics? See what I'm saying? Like, why design mechanics if they're never going to be used? Because people want to insta-gimp them in like 5 seconds. Like this doesn't make any sense. I do agree with 10+ minute fights are obviously way too long, but there has to be an actual fight. It's a world boss. Like a world boss is supposed to take some time. Right? You're supposed to go through the mechanics, like the mechanics. It's supposed to be like a raid boss, I guess, or loosely mentioned raid boss, or whatever. And it doesn't feel like anything of the sort, right? So you have to do something, right? And I'm pretty sure that they're not going to make you fight a longer boss fight and like you get crappy rewards for doing it at the same time, right? I mean, obviously, if you're fighting them longer, the rewards are probably going to go up in some way, shape, or form. I don't know what they are because they didn't really talk about it, but like they're not going to make you do that, and like you're not getting much of anything in return, because then why would you do it? But but it's a world boss, and it should feel like a world boss. Did Barbs got gutted with this patch? I feel like the way that they went about nerfing Barb was probably too rough, but I still think Barb is still going to be like top 3 next season. So it just kind of goes to show you how strong Barb was initially. And you're going to see that next season. So, I mean, Barbs aren't going to be the worst class going into next season. So I think it's okay. It's not some of the more fun things about Barb is got nerfed hard, which I think is fortunate because that's some of that is what made Barbs, I guess, right? But they're not going to be like the weakest class. It's not going to be like, oh, I can't play Barb next season. It's not to that extent. Yeah, I mean, they basically ended up they basically end up in a closer level plane as the rest. I mean, it might feel bad for Barbs. They're used to being like at the top, at the tippy top of your own mountain to be where other classes are at, but I think it'll be okay in the long term. But it would suck initially for those who are used to Barbs being in that particular tier. How do I feel about Rogue in next season? Honestly, there's some information that I wish I can tell you that I don't know if I can tell you. Now I know I did say I can say a lot, right? But there's something back and forth that me and Ava, specifically me and Ava, talked about to the devs after our meetup or whatever. Who was that? Pretty sure the follow Blaze. That I don't know if I have permission to talk to you guys about. And I asked for permission. Can I say this to the public? Because it wasn't in the presentation that we got yesterday. So even though they said that we can't talk about things that we talked about yesterday in season 5, it wasn't part of the presentation. So I don't know if I can publicly mention some things about this thing. I really want to. I so want to, because I said I think the player base needs to know this, but I can't say whatever that is until they say that I can say a certain thing. You said I can wait till Thursday. I don't mind. I don't think Thursday, like, it's not, you're not going to hear about it on Thursday, because Thursday is the Spiritborn stuff. So you're not going to hear anything about what I'm talking about on Thursday. You might hear about it next week. I would assume next week is a campfire chat. I assume. So you might hear about it then, but even then, I don't know. That's the problem, which is why I feel like it needs to be said, or we should be able to tell our communities, but I haven't gotten the okay for it yet. So Rob has a whole list of stuff about season 5. I'm pretty sure the NDA just covers the Spiritborn stuff, right? More than that, Fresh. Anything that, so all of us, all the stuff that Rob has about season 5, we also have. So Rob didn't get information that other partners did not get. However, understand that the information that Rob has is everything that was presented to us when we were spoken to yesterday. Things that we spoke to past that presentation, past the presentation that wasn't in the presentation that we saw, we don't know if we can talk about, because it wasn't in the initial presentation. So it's not the same thing. Like it really isn't the same thing, which is why we got to be careful, because we can lose our stuff because we have to be very sure what we can and cannot talk about. So like I said, the thing that I'm talking about, Rob doesn't know. Rob isn't aware of. I'm gonna say Rob isn't aware. Rob may not have seen the conversation that we had. He may or may not. He may not have cared because it was Rogue related. But even he wouldn't be able to talk about it until, if he saw it, unless the dev or Adam or whoever says, oh yeah, sure, you can tell, because it wasn't in the presentation. So everything you see so far that was out from Rob or any other content creator was in the actual presentation. That's why we can talk about all of this, because it was in the presentation. Yeah, I think Rob and Donna Crown both got special permission to tease some season 5 shade. No, I mean they we all could. we all can. Woody made a video on it. Barricade made a video on the changes. I guess that not everybody did a whole spreadsheet to jot down everything that was listed. That's a lot of work. I mean, you know how much work it was for Donna to put that in his Excel spreadsheet that quickly. Same thing with Woody jotting that down quickly to talk to you guys about. Same thing with Rob, and Rob actually missed a couple of things in this article here. I'm sure he probably has in the spreadsheet, but in this article there's some things that are missing. But yeah, can we see some gameplay or info from the playtest? Thursday. Nothing that other people have talked about new classes. I'm sure they're not found as a lot. Yeah, well, yeah. It's a feeling of mine that Rogue would be top 2 characters. Hard to say, because even with the changes we got here, this is not nearly everything that they're changing in terms of uniques, skills or whatever like that. All we got was just a idea of how they're going about buffing or nerfing things. So we haven't gotten the whole picture. So everything that you see today, that we talk about today, isn't everything in season 5 that is going to happen, right? Like, they did say every single unique is getting a rework, right? All the old uniques are getting a rework. So we obviously don't have all the old unique information, right? We got a couple of things, right? And that's it, right? We got 3 uniques here that they gave us information about. Like, there's way more than the 3 on Rogue. So they just gave us a teaser and kind of like the way that they're going about buffs, to kind of be like, hey, this is what we're planning on doing, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. If you keep going in that direction, maybe this will be good, or that would be good. That's kind of all they're doing. Why don't Blizzard just make good and public patch notes? From what I heard, that they will be doing a pretty big patch notes, or season 5 patch notes, after probably some time after the campfire. So they'll do a campfire stream for season 5, and then they'll release patch notes for season 5. That's going to have way more information than what we've seen so far. So far, what's been released is just basically a teaser and getting us to talk about it. So therefore, you guys are still engaged. If I want to be 100% honest with you, that's kind of what this is. It's kind of like a drip feeder, is like, I want to give you just a little bit here and then a little bit more information here to kind of keep you hyped or keep you talking about it and keep people interested in what's going on with Diablo and stuff like that, which is basically all this is. So Pursuit, what's going on, man? He said, "Miss you, welcome back. You feel enlightened now playing this Spiritborn." Dude, that class is insane. The design part of it itself is just absolutely insane. I wonder why they nerfed damage to close enemies, by the way. I'm very curious about that. It's a weird change to make. But yeah, so like I said, when it comes to Rogue J Rockets, because of what I know, and it's something that me and Ava really pushed to find more information about. Of course, you guys know who Ava is. I so want to tell you because it does impact Rogue quite a bit. But I think Rogue will be in a good place in season 5, at least with what we know so far. Actually, let's go down to Let's go down to Rogue real quick. Let's talk about Rogue real quick. We'll come to Rogue. Whatever. Rogue's actually, as you see, has gotten like very little changes, at least from the breadcrumbs they've given us. Has been little for Rogues or whatever. They buff Flurry, which is or whatever. Further upgrade, no changes. I'm pretty sure they actually gave us more information than this. I'm trying to remember what that was. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I like okay, so sorry, I have my own notes. So for Flurry, enhanced Flurry actually reduced the cap from 50% to 25%, which is actually quite nice. Advanced Flurry itself, the bonus per stack is reduced from 15 to or 15% with 45% being the max to 10% and 30% being the max. So actually Advanced Flurry got nerfed a little bit, but they buffed the base value of Flurry, and then they reduced the capped to enhanced Flurry. And I think that sounds like a dumb thing in the sense. It's like, well, why would they nerf Advanced Flurry? I think it's more so therefore you're not forced to take it. And they buffed the just initial bonus from 94 to 30 to 130%, because like in all reality, Advanced Flurry is so good, or was so good, that the other Flurry that allows you to teleport, you almost wouldn't take unless you're just doing Helltide runs or Low Nightmare Dungeon runs, right? Because you just wouldn't have enough damage to do any other higher content. So I think that's the reason why they made that change, which I think honestly overall that's a good thing. But going down here, what do we got here? So enhanced Caltraps, by the way. So that was bugged. I think I remember telling you guys this way back, right? Like remember talking about Caltraps and the fact that the duration was buffing the damage and the duration as well. So that was a bug fix that got fixed. I'm actually excited about that, believe it or not, because it means that you're not forced to play around Caltraps. You can still play around. I mean, you still can use it. It's still a nice buff to have. But no longer are you kind of forced to play around that for higher level play. And I think that's a good thing. Can Flurry be an endgame build with these changes to it? I mean, I still see Flurry as like B tier, maybe low A tier with these changes. Maybe high B. I would say high B tier, maybe low A tier. And that's kind of pushing it. But that's still a lot better than where Flurry was before. Like Flurry was obviously F tier. So to go from F tier to maybe low A tier is a huge jump. I don't see it being better than like Rapid Fire Barrage. But in terms of raw power is concerned, but it won't be like, if you build in the Flurry, you won't regret it like you have before in the past. On this test server you play, was there any new armor or weapon slots added we don't have now? Spiritborn was the only class that we were able to play. That was it. So I have no idea of any new armor or weapon slots or anything for any other classes. We got here. So one of the bigger things, honestly, is the Wind Force, and they don't really. This didn't get updated, it looks like, on their thing, but the Wind Force actually So the Wind Force has the chance to be able to, so it no longer knocks down, or sorry, it no longer knocks back, but it does knock down. But what is not shown is that the stats are different on the Wind Force. So we're actually getting the projectiles up to 51% chance for Barrage to cast an additional projectile or whatever. So that's big. That's a really big thing. We're also getting ranks to Barrage on the Wind Force. And some movement speed, I believe. Ranks to Barrage, ranks to Malice, ranks to projectiles, and movement speed, I think is what it is. So believe it or not, chances are for some builds, instead of Wind Force getting closer to being Wind Force, actually I think the opposite, because despite the fact that you do want to remove the knockback, obviously, because for Barrage, it makes no sense to have the knockback there. You don't want the knockback for Barrage. Now, if it was Rapid Fire, it'd be a different story. Like, I want knockback for days. But for Barrage, no. And what I mean by Rapid Fire, I mean like the original Rapid Fire, not the lob Rapid Fire, basically, the Scoundrel's Kiss Rapid Fire. That would have been fine, right? But for Barrage, you don't want the knockback. So unfortunately, the Wind Force is based around, well, wind, which is knocking things around, knocking back things, and whatever. So you're starting to lose what the Wind Force was initially designed to be or do in the first place. Now, again, had this been any other skill but Barrage, I would have been fine with a knockback in terms of a range skill or whatever, right? If it was Rapid Fire or Pin Shot, sure. But Barrage is the worst one to have a knockback on. So I guess instead of like redesigning it again, they just decided to take the knockback out of the equation. So I think that kind of just hurts the what a Wind Force actually is. But it does mean that you probably will be using the Wind Force in some way for Barrage builds coming up, because it's just, well, it's strong now. Like, it's like, I would say like a little stronger than like a traditional legendary with an aspect, I think. So yeah, you will be using Wind Force. Also, the implicit on Wind Force is crowd control damage. Damage to crowd controlled enemies, which is interesting. When Jay was going on, man, I really want to try pen shout out. Said you said good news for the Flurry users. Yeah, yeah. It is. I don't know how big of a difference that's going to really make. I mean, it's going to feel better, but it's not like it's not massive, if that makes sense. So I still don't think Flurry will be ahead of like a chunk of Rogue builds, but Rogue, Flurry won't be F tier. In the PTR, I'd say Flurry was maybe around B tier at most, like middle B tier, B minus or whatever. With these changes, I'd probably put it towards the top of B tier, maybe low A tier, maybe. And again, I don't know what the other changes are, so it's kind of hard to say. But yeah, Wind Force for Barrage is gonna have to be good, which is that's a good thing. But yeah, I've been all right though. I've been mostly okay. I'm still in some pain. My pain is actually moved from being kind of like localized ish around the surgical site to being more so like tailbone, lower back, right back pain for some reason. Don't know why it's like that, but I guess we'll find out next Tuesday when I get to talk to the surgeon himself. Is retribution double dipping fixed? No idea. We mentioned it. We mentioned it yesterday in the presentation, and we still didn't getting it. We didn't get a direct answer. So okay, all right. Well, we'll see. If not though, like if it doesn't get fixed, possibly you'll put that back on the two-hander over the Wind Force, because that might be still a little better than what I on, like, technically. But I mean, you can always put retribution on it. I don't know, and move everything else down or around. I don't know. I do think the wind force is definitely stronger. It's definitely strong enough now to be for Barrage. Not all, but some. Like I would say for dot builds, probably not, because a poison Barrage or like that. Because I don't think that the unique affix works on poison. So if that's the case, then you wouldn't use. I think for other Barrage setups that doesn't involve dot, force would be the better pick. The Eyes of the Dark rework. I mean, I still, I still wouldn't take it, and I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, it's better, but I still can't see myself um taking it. Nor do I think that Death Trap will be strong enough for it to matter. I mean, well, I guess I don't know. Like the whole damage per Dark Shroud does kind of open up for things like this, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think you can do it, but it's still gonna fall behind like your top builds, of course, for fun. But I guess you can actually build into it for fun and don't feel like you're doing absolute shit for damage. But yeah, Win J with the sub, 5 months in a row. Appreciate you, man. The Signet. This is actually like good. More grenade damage, of course. Stun grenade size is actually pretty massive. That's nice. So for grenade builds, you actually not actually have it. You actually do want it. Sure. Heartseeker build is fun and most similar to A2 Bozon. DT said Rogue is a sad hybrid between Assassin and Amazon. Nobody was asking for. Same way no one was asking for a fat druid. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. This here, exploit weakness, no longer execute leads. There's more information than that though. In my notes I have from what I have here, basically exploit weakness goes back to almost the original thing, but they it's weird. So now hitting a vulnerable enemy has up to a 60% chance to increase your damage by 1%. It was 50%. For 25 seconds up to 25%. So it's a 25% bonus at max stacks. At 25 stacks, the bonus remains for 6 seconds and then expires. Which, I mean, honestly, they should have just kept exploit weakness. Was not PTR was, but like current season 4 values. Like there was no reason to change exploit weakness. It's fine the way it was. Why even waste manpower messing with exploit weakness? Period. So, anyways, that being said, no longer will you be able to. Yeah, it's just silly, man. You just made it worse. You try to make it better, in which completely invalidated the game. Then you removed all that to make it worse than what it originally was in season 4, which doesn't make any sense. Like, why spend manpower on any manpower on that? Like, what's so like that's so silly. Like, I don't like I almost don't even want to like. I mean, taking it still would be better than most options you would have on the Paragon board, anyways. But now I'm less excited to take it versus what it was before. They should have just kept it at the original value. I think a lot of us said this. Like a lot of us actually gave feedback on this about just exploit weakness just, being what it originally was. It was fine. Like leave it. Why? Teacher, what's going on, man? Anyhow, we got. Welcome back. Yeah, man. I know I'm live a bit earlier than I normally would be. So anyway, no witness. The damage cap keeps increased from 35 to 45%. Okay. So here's the thing I kind of have about this too as well, is like with the cap being 45% and the fact that we have things like Eyes in the Dark with 300% ultimate damage in a sense, right? If that works the way that it does with no witness, then we're gonna hit the cap early anyway. Duration from increase from 8 to 10 seconds, it still wouldn't be enough to like want to build around anything ultimate. So I guess nice try, but it's not gonna matter. Preparation, same exact ordeal. Like nice try, but realistically speaking, we're not going to care. That's mostly rogue related things that we got a teaser for, and that's kind of really it. What does kind of give me a little hope for some of the uniques is that if the wind force can, is buffed enough to be used in actual builds now, then I wonder what the Sky Hunter and like Eagle Horn is going to be like. Sky Hunter, Eagle Horn, combination dagger, Shadow's Grasp is probably be pretty shitty still, just because it's still based around clone whatever. So that's, I mean, unless it's just a stat stick, which still I don't know. Then you got Cold and Nameless. Like, how is that? Like, how are they gonna rework that to be like really good? Scoundrels Leathers is a trap unique that might actually be really, or could potentially be good. You still got the Rain of Arrows. Word of Hakan amulet, right? So there's several uniques that, like, if they actually did buff appropriately, we can actually kind of see them in builds. So if the Wind Force is anything to go off of, or even the Signet itself, Eyes in the Dark is a good try, but I still think it's pretty far off for what you can do, or what you'd be able to do, like, in the realistic build. But Wind Force and Signet are good enough cases to where, okay, I actually do now want to take it in a sense. So if they continue to do that across the other, rogue uniques, then it's kind of like, okay, Skyhunter might actually be useful for like rapid fire builds, or precision builds like rapid fire. And Eagle Horn might actually be a thing. Who knows? Do they actually think that clone works for real? They're aware that a lot of things don't work. In terms of when they're going to get around to actually fixing that, who knows? But they're aware that things don't work. Electro One, what's going on? Was a trip good? A lot of fun. Best part was actually meeting the content creators and stuff like that, being able to be around there. Playing the Spiritborn was fun too. Like that was obvious highlight. But I think the social aspect of it was probably the top thing to kind of take from it. Did I eat any food worth remembering? Not really. We were next to Spectrum Irvine Center, so a lot of us who did eat outside of the event that we were in on Friday, pretty much ate whatever was there around that mall. In and out, no, there wasn't one that was close by. And I only had like a certain amount of Uber voucher to kind of go and check out places, if that makes sense. Actually, yeah, they didn't actually do anything for aspects on rogues. I just realized that no aspect changes on rogues, at least from the teaser that they sent out or whatever. So did they say when D5 launches? Hey, I wonder if someone will make an random arrows build a thing finally. I tried my best sniping the 4G amulet and Helm had 16 levels, so all I'm being missing. And that skill and still didn't do any damage whatsoever. It'll be better in season 5 in general. You can technically make a random arrows build in season 5. The question is going to always be, will it be the best build? Will it be a top build? The answer is no, but it'll be considerably better than what it was before. Also, by the way, this Fist of Fate or whatever with the lucky hit chance on it or whatever. There's also some other stuff on here that isn't shown in this pick here. Let me see if I have it down in my notes anywhere. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So in my notes, the Fist of Fate. Actually, is it Fist of Fate? No. Oh, no. Okay, so everything else was actually somewhere right there. We're missing it's missing a lucky hit chance to apply a random crowd control effect for 2 seconds. Or up to 51% basically. So the top end is 51% chance to apply a random crowd control effect. And then you get, you can get up to 51% lucky hit chance, which is absolutely like enormous depending on the build you're playing. Nuts. And this here too as well, the up to 40% chance to deal 4,000 cold damage. So that's basically Elemental Surge on a Frostburn, but it's not just cold damage, it's also fire damage. So you have a up to X amount of chance. So you get both cold and fire damage. It's basically like a icy hot glove. Frost, burn, whatever. So they're trying to get that sort of fantasy going. When item given 51% lucky hit teams and yeah, and like it has to for sure. King, what's going on, man? He said time flies. 13 months in a row. What up, man? Appreciate the sub. But yeah, so like Fist of Fate is, if you need an absurd amount of lucky hit chance, I mean Fist of Fate is like they really made it so like it gives you a reason to kind of like, I mean, let's be honest, like a regular glove with tempers and like the aspect you want, it's like really hard to beat. So something like this has to be enticing, right? Even the Frostburn can be pretty enticing, just depending. Most builds, I mean, I still wouldn't take it with. But which can apply vulnerable damage to it. But nah. I will say, actually, what else is that? Enchanting no longer costs Angel's Breath. Of course, we talked about that before. Helltide, most of the stuff has already been known already. The stacking debuff from the pit, that's still going to be a thing. So this actually has the most effect on high level pits. It also means you won't get one shotted by these things, but it also has the biggest effect on high level pits because it means that you can't just out tank the bosses anymore in pit. So like if you were a rogue or if you were a barb or whatever like that, you legit could just not care about um the boss the pit boss abilities. You just didn't care. Whereas now you have to because you're gonna get a stacking debuff and at some point you're gonna die. Right? So you can't outgear it and the toughness aspect of it after some point. You can gain more stats with with more HP. Yeah. So I mean, I think the thing is that you can't. I mean, I think after there is a certain point where you can't. You're fighting the boss for X amount of minutes or whatever, 2, 3 minutes, 4 minutes maybe, or whatever. You're not gonna be able to take every hit. You're gonna have to move. Is Fireball gloves for basic build? He said. I mean, for sword, what are you putting? Gloves that beat that? Um, Depends on the build. I would assume. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I can see Frostburn having more uses, yeah, for sure. Did you miss on all the did you miss all the whatchamacalls from your trip then? Um, Not really. Not really. They said also go thanks they remove shatter and pits. But yeah, it's I personally really like this change. Maybe I'll actually like want to watch the pit videos of people pushing, which most of the time is usually very boring. Once you have good enough gear, because there is no, you know what I mean? Like now I get to actually see how people like avoid attacks and understand the boss attacks or whatever. So maybe I might actually watch a video or two, or a few videos of different people playing the stuff. You can make a cold rogue and use that gloves. I still don't. There isn't really anything that you would like. You mean the Frostburn gloves? I don't. I still don't see myself using that on like a cold rogue of any sort, like a cold rapid fire or a cold barrage. I don't see myself using Frostburn still because you don't really need a lucky hit for anything. For most things, I mean, I guess you can try to do lucky hit for victimize. I guess. Oh, I guess you're talking about Fist of Fate. For Fist of Fate, then well, probably still no. But yeah, Frostburn is definitely not. I mean, you can get the freeze easily anyway. Cold Imbuement makes it super easy. You see, I will only agree with this mechanic if the damage was actually balanced. There's no feeling to the damage. In one tier, you're tanky easily. The next tier might be one shot because the boss different damage scalings. So I think the thing is that they were trying to prevent like the main point of this isn't necessarily for the pushers, but more so players not getting one shotted. That's the thing. So like that's kind of what it is. So like instead of like you getting one shotted and towards the end, versus the pit boss, now you have stacks. So like it'll make it easier for players, especially if you're playing in the lower tier, to just not get instantly deleted by a pit boss. But the return of that is at the high end. You have to really know the boss if you're gonna if you're gonna do the higher tiers. You can't just tank it all the entire time. Die off topic, but do I mess with college football at all? I'm sure you saw EA just made the first game in forever. You mean the was it EA Sports did a what was it what was it? It was the first college football game, right? I looked into that a little bit, and I was very curious how that was gonna like play out. I get the point of the change. I like it, but I don't agree with it being implemented before boss balancing. They do different damages each one for hardcore specifically. So the thing is that we don't know what boss balancing they've done. So I don't think they just put this in here and did zero boss balancing at all. Because the bosses did feel a little bit different in the PTR than they did in live. So I'm sure there is some boss balancing. It'd be nice to tell us what that will be or what that is, but the bosses did feel a little different in PTR versus live in terms of like just in general. It was kind of hard to tell what they were though. Simply just because there were other bugs associated with the bosses that were on top of that, so it's hard to tell. But yeah, I would say that I'm sure there is some boss balancing there too. They just didn't talk about it, and we just don't know what they are. Why not Heartseeker with Fridge on the amulet and then Frostburns? I mean, because you would get more value out of like a aspect, like a damage aspect from a regular glove plus ranks, not ranks, sorry. Yeah, you'll get more damage out of a regular glove still. Because I mean, the unique affix of Frostburns is to freeze, and we already got the cold imbue aspect now that we can basically use cold imbuement with Heartseeker. So and then we can have a freeze temper, so that's easy. So the Frostburn would just be a stat stick, right? And you need more than that for like most rogue builds. 8% lucky hit chance is not enough for that. 15% attack speed and lucky hit chance I can get from both, right? I can get both from a regular glove. Fire and cold damage. Cold damage will be additive, so this would be 180% additive cold damage, which doesn't really amount to anything on Heartseeker. The only thing that would be kind of interesting and unique might be this elemental surge cold damage, but this is not enough of a value that would be worth removing a multiplier for, if that makes sense, right? So this entire thing for Frostburn, there are no multipliers for Heartseeker on this Frostburn that would give you a good multiplier or a good amount of damage. This is almost a stat stick that would not be better than like a regular glove. That's why. What about Fist of Faith for Heartseeker? That has a better chance. Hard to say, but that has a better chance. Mainly because of the absurd amount of lucky hit chance you can. But yeah, that has a better chance of being a possibility in a Heartseeker build than Frostburn. Ever seen that South Carolina wide receiver legit cheat code? 99 speed, 99 acceleration. What? Like for real? What? He said, yes, I stopped testing before the bug fixes. Yeah. But yeah, it's just yeah, do we know there'll be another PTR before season launch? Doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I wish there was because of how bad the PTR was, but nah. So honestly, that changed the Fist of Fate is kind of huge. I mean, it is. It is. The thing I think to remember is that Fist of Fate has such a huge range. So even getting a decently good one is going to take forever. Like you have a range of 100 for your unique affix. You can get between 200 to 300%, right? And in order for a Fist of Fate's unique aspect multiplier to be worth it, it needs to be 300%. So therefore you're dealing at the minimum, or so therefore you're dealing 50% more damage than you normally would. So in order for that to equal a 50% multiplier on average, you have to roll a 300%, right? So that is as good as an aspect, roughly somewhere around that range. Then you have to, obviously roll a decent range of lucky hit from which is looking like it's like a big range. Like the range for attack speed, crit chance, and lucky hit chance on this is like large. We're not talking about like small values. They're huge values. So like getting a really good Fist of Fate is going to take forever. Again, it could be. I mean, it could be really good for Heartseeker, but that is getting a good roll of Fist of Fate might be harder than getting the correct passes you want, even if it is a 1+1. Like that's how hard we're talking about this is gonna be. And in order for this to be worth it on the Fist of Fate, you need GA on the lucky hit chance for sure. And then of course Masterwork. But yeah, so I mean it's again a nutty item, but it's definitely like an end game type thing. Imagine if you got a grid affix on all of those everywhere. Well, yeah, because then you skip all the massive RNG, right? And then you have to just worry about it's a fake unique affix, right? Like at that point, it's worth like real money value at that point. Like you wouldn't sell it for gold, you would sell it for real money. Like that's how good it is. I was thinking even if you roll a small amount when you attack, like 30%, for example, you bet the mouse would do no more damage, right? Nope. It would do the damage based off the attack you did. So if you hit the way Victimize is currently coded right now, if you hit like whatever your damage is going to be what the Victimize proc is based off of. So if you hit for 1% of your damage, then your Victimize is going to proc for that amount for off the 1% that you dealt. So yeah, no. Otherwise, Fist of Fate would be by far the best glove for Heartseeker, and nothing comes close. Like it would be so incredibly OP if it worked the way that you're suggesting. Like it would. I mean, it would skyrocket it to being like probably the best build in the game if it worked that way. Like it would be absolutely just stupid, ridiculously strong. If it was that way. Granted, obviously they did fix they double dipping from Victimize, but more to be seen on if they can actually like put what they're gonna like. Are they gonna fix Victimize where like what it was in the PTR, right? Like are they gonna actually fix that? And chances are, I mean, I don't know. I hope so. I didn't see it in the presentation, so we will have to see. But yeah, Chrono. You're gonna need close to a max value for that to be worth. But most of the Inferno Horde stuff is mostly W's. Increase the rewards from in Inferno Hordes, of course, that's good. Spoilers are greater equipment chest costs have been reduced from 25 or 250 to 60 burning Aether. That's a huge change. Spoilers of equipment chest cost to open reduced from 25 to 20 burning Aether. That's fine, I guess. Same thing here with the materials. Time per wave reduced from 90 to 60 seconds. If you have a pretty big AoE build, this ain't gonna matter. If you're more single target related, this is probably going to hurt a bit. But big massive AoE builds are not care about this. Increase amount of monsters per wave. Okay, cool, right? Double all burning Aether drops, also good. Pest cannot pick up burning Aether. That's very good, very nice. Huge W on that one. Boss health on PTR was bugged and therefore decreased. Also nice. New tiers 9 to 10 are coming with the mid-season patch. Yeah, so they kind of talked to us about that in mid-season. Well, not the mid-season patch, but mentioning that harder tiers will be coming. So Tier 8 will be a little easier because of the bug fix or whatever, and some other bugs being fixed. But 9 to 10 are supposed to be like the challenging tier. So I guess we'll have to see if at least tier 6 plus is gonna keep you busy enough to in terms of challenging content to be like, I want to overcome this tier in a sense. You said pin shot with Shadow Beam should be good for that. Which one you mean? Fist of Fate? But no, I mean that's pretty much it. Isn't much more. Natural finesse. I don't know why close damage to close enemies was reduced from 85 to 55%. What class scales with close or damage to close enemies? Is that like a barb thing? Because I don't remember any of the classes that like scales with that particular stat, like in a way that like you would want to take it over the other stuff. Melee classes. Even then though, I mean I don't know. Andy build. Actually, what did we? Well, we did crowd control damage, right? Initially, but I think with the damage per point of Dark Shroud not getting nerfed or not getting hit, at least from what we've seen so far, maybe they will do it later, but we didn't see any changes to that whatsoever, that temper whatsoever. Then I mean we'll kind of go with that. So we're not going to be able to temper this anyway, because we'll be tempering that. And is this crowd control? Yeah. So current season, yes. Next season, I would say damage per Dark Shroud will be the better choice over crowd control, which means that you wouldn't be doing close damage anyway. Road. Thorn, maybe. Okay. I can see that. It'd be nice if something actually scaled with damage to distant enemies. Give you a reason to play range at some point. But obviously, this is the biggest W here. I was always blocked from Angel Breaths for the most part. Like, or I guess enchanting, because my Angel Breath was like non-existent all the time. All the time. I had the gold eventually, but never had enough Angel Breath at all whatsoever. So them removing Angel Breath from the enchanting classes, quite interesting. Also, too, it also makes it to where you can, spend more Angel Breath on elixirs. Elixirs cost Angel Breath too, so it's like I can kind of go ham on crafting elixirs if I wanted to now, without worries of, trying to balance that with enchanting. And exactly. Yeah, so I think this was a great change. Great change, like a massive change. But no, I mean that's kind of all I got. I don't really do much more with the other classes per se, but yeah, kind of it. You're still 6 on Marauders. I close to logging in to play some D3. I actually did level a character to 70, so I did level 70, but I haven't done anything since. Leveled it yesterday, and then I kind of just stopped. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know if I really feel like doing any more than this. Micah, what's going on? What's up? You said, oh, did you see did you see the thing that Maxroll did about doing an in-depth look at Paragon for mapping? Oh, you mean like the most efficient way to do like a 9 board, a 9 glyph board or so, Micah? Forgotten, so it's still a problem if you master it for triple crits. That's much less of a problem than Andrew. Well, yeah, I mean, I think there is going to be a bottleneck of some sort. Like no mass will drain equally or be uh picked up, will be acquired equally, right? So some like there'll be some sort of bottleneck somewhere. I just think that Angel's Breast was just such a huge bottleneck that something needed to be done. I wasn't expecting them to remove it. That no, that's a pretty big change in my opinion. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything, sure. Um, but yeah, Daishizi Diablo plushies Merc win. No comment. No comment on that. No comment. There has been some talks about some merch, but that is pretty far off, I think still. But Micah, did you hear me? I kind of wonder what I want to do now. Do I want to boot up some D4 and play some D4, or do I want to up into some Hades too and play some Hades too? Sure. Not sure yet. After playing the Spiritborn, it's really hard to play the live game right now. Not that there's anything wrong with the live game. It's just that now you got a taste of what that's like. Even though we didn't play any other classes, still, I play D3 like all the cool kids. Yeah, I mean I'm level 70. I guess I could. You said no, the commercial just in you. Okay, sorry. So are you talking about the 9 glyph Paragon board, Micah, where you take 2 legendary nodes, but you can fit in 9 glyphs with the most optimal paving possible? Is that the one you're talking about? Because we were talking about it in the Maxroll channel like about a week ago. But that's the one you're talking about. The OD3 season, yeah. The issue is that I'm so far behind anyone that I would compete against on the leaderboard at the moment that I don't know if I have the will to want blast on my Demon Hunter right now on live season. As cool of a season as Ethereal is, and it really is a good season, I don't know. I don't know if I can convince myself to do it, man. To blast. Oh, for the Eternal Horde, J-Box. Okay, I see what you mean. So I think honestly, Shadow Imbuement with the ranks to the plus ranks to Dark Shroud will have more value because plus ranks to or not plus ranks to Dark Shroud, plus damage per Dark Shroud you have active. It's gonna have a lot of value for Shadow Imbuement because that's just flat damage. It's a lot of flat damage. So which should essentially work for Shadow Imbuement. A Shadow Imbuement kind of goes off most of the properties that Aerostorm does, and general stuff that just general damage tends to buff. So I think Shadow damage or Shadow Imbuement will have a little more umph, I guess. If you go that route. Didn't know he went through the different Paragon boards and had a spreadsheet of each Paragon board and what it was good for. What was good at for either decks. Oh, I mean, well, we kind of already do that already. Like when we design our Paragon boards on Maxroll, we kind of already we already know what those are, and we take that into consideration when we pick certain boards to go certain places. Because without it, we wouldn't be able to get to certain. We wouldn't be able to have a certain amount of boards, or be able to have enough points to get to certain places. So I think everyone already does that. In a sense, like we don't have it like necessarily mapped out on a spreadsheet like Maxroll does per se, but it's kind of like, okay, I know this board is good for this particular stat, and it's best used for best used for this stat if I want to max it, but if I want to get out of it, it might be best to use this stat instead. So like, yeah, we know what they are per class. At least the class specialist knows what they are, or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, having it mapped out on a spreadsheet is definitely helpful. But spreadsheets has never really been my thing. I never like to do spreadsheets. Just never did. But yeah. I guess what I could do is like maybe some screenshots or something. Like I might can do like a document of some sort, but like I just never really like getting involved into doing spreadsheets. Like it's a lot of work for, for like I don't know. I just never really cared. And then I think too as well, because most of your other like avid theory crafters already have their own spreadsheets. It's kind of like, why make one when like 7 or 8 other people already have them? And you just kind of click on theirs and like, okay, that's what that is. So it's like, why do the work for someone else to already have that same work elsewhere? On something that I don't like to do. I put it that way. But I get what you're saying though. I get exactly what you're saying. It'll be nice to kind of have it for the public. So I do understand that. Would you still use Skyhunter for pin shot build? I don't know. Because I don't know what they're changing the Skyhunter to be. So if they do what they did to Skyhunter like they did Windforce, then maybe. But then at the same time, they could make Eaglehorn good like they did Windforce. And so if they did that, I'd do Eaglehorn for a pin shot. So you know what I mean? So I don't know. We don't have enough information for me to know that quite yet. Is it still okay to play this season? Like, you mean the current season? Yeah, if you want. So you're doing Andy Barrage and not going to use Windforce? Well, yeah. I mean, Windforce wouldn't help Andy Barrage because the unique affix won't buff the poison damage, the poison. So, but yeah, that makes sense. I think for everything else non-dot related, Windforce or Barrage is actually good. It's hard to not do like plus. Oh, how many ranks is going to be on this thing? Trying to think. Upgrading and masterwork. You're talking about like plus a GA. Yeah, you're looking at like plus 6, 7 ranks to Barrage. Maybe more than that. No, I think it comes with I don't know. Let's just say plus 7, plus 8 ranks on like Barrage on the Windforce itself, and then you got Malice, which is whatever. It's multiplicative, but it's there. Then you got a 50% multiplier on top of that from whatever. So it's like it's good enough to compete with a regular two-hander on, or be better in most cases, except for dot build. Dot builds is the only one where it's like, okay, yeah, you don't want to do that. Because Andy doesn't care about Barrage ranks, right? Nor does it care about the unique. Is Bow DH viable now? When you say Bow DH, can you be a little bit more specific? I know it's kind of weird for me to say that, but like, are you talking? I mean, Heartseeker technically is Bow DH, right? Rapid Fire, Barrage are also both Bow DHs, kind of, even though using the crossbow. Also, you're playing close range. So, are you mean like long range builds, or are you talking about just attacks that use a bow or a crossbow? I know it sounds weird for me to ask that, but like, there's definitely differences. For sure, they will tone down the big three uniques, right? From what I heard, yes. I heard that Lucian, uh, that sword, that basic attack sword is gonna come down. Um, and the amulet, Lokron or Lokron, whatever it's called. They're all gonna come down in some way. We don't know how much, but we do know that they're Lorkin, Lorkin. Okay, yeah, they're all gonna come down in some way. But I still have a feeling that you're probably gonna take. Uh, so they still have to be good enough for you to want to use over the other slots. Um, so it'll be interesting how much they tone it down. The basic attack skill sword has to still be good enough for you to over or dagger tempered. So it's kind of like, you know, it's rough in a sense. I mean, 300% is ridiculously good, but maybe I don't know, half of that would be good enough to still want to use. Um, like half that value was supposed to be better than like a normal sword or dagger or whatever like that, specifically on a rogue, and it would still be good enough to still want to take. Especially with synergies with Lucian. Let's say that still works the way it does with Lucian and Sterlis. I mean, you can hit the sword all the way down to 100% instead of 300%, and it'll still be something you would take just because of the synergy between the crown and the Sterlis guys, right? So like, please bring back Twisting Blades with Poison Imbuement. I mean, you can do that now, I guess. I mean, Creeping Death is gonna make that better too. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. I mean, uh, poison skills are getting better next. I'm gonna say bring back. I think are you meaning like better than the other skills, like other builds, like say like the top? You want it to be better than the other rogue builds? Is that what you're asking, or because it's already good? It's just not it's not one of the top, but it's good. It does get better like season. Is it like season two? Oh, so you want it bugged? You want Twisting Blades to be bugged again? Is that what you're wanting? Because it was bugged in season two, and season one, and preseason, like heavily bugged. So maybe somewhere in between, right? Maybe not bugged, but maybe a little stronger than what we have now. Is that feasible? Okay. Yeah. It was heavily bugged. Season one, season two, and preseason Twisting Blades with Poison Agreement was hella bugged. And what that Heartseeker does damage like season four and season five. You said, and it is TB Poison could do one build. DPS near season four. Found your mill poison ticks. All right, so thought about logging in to play some D4, but I think I'm gonna actually some Hades. But I'm gonna grab me something to drink real quick. But I'll be right back. You said, sir, I don't know this is under NDA, but are you going to do more Spiritborn guys once expansion is released? But I stick with Rogue. Spiritborn is such a good class, like good feeling class, like really good design class that I could see myself doing both. Um, Now, honestly, I hope that there's a couple of ways that Spiritborn is being played that isn't popular, so I can capture on that market. But like, I don't want to like do guys on the Spiritborn with popular play styles because then no one's gonna look at my guys. So it has to be something, and like it has to be maybe a good setup on Spiritborn because you can do multiple different things on Spiritborn that people aren't just gonna bother with early on. That I can kind of capitalize on the market in terms of giving people a different way of looking at Spiritborn. So I think that could be the case now if I had to talk to other content creators who did play Spiritborn. I know what their favorite ways of playing Spiritborn was. And it wasn't my favorite way of playing Spiritborn. So like there might be some room there for me to like, you know, come at it or approach it with a different angle that most players aren't. And if that's the case, I think that'll be good for me. But if I literally play Spiritborn in one way that a lot of people might choose to gravitate towards, then I'll just end up just shooting myself in the foot because no one's gonna like click on my guide. So I do plan on it though. But I will do both Rogue and Spiritborn related content because Spiritborn is really that good, and well, is really that good in terms of design, fun factor, visual, fidelity. It's just the way the class is designed is just so good. I can't imagine no one like not at least playing Spiritborn for quite some time because it really is that good of a class design. Let me grab something to drink. BRB.
Okay, then. Guess it's my turn.
Ray was that Dot Caster with the Prime. Appreciate you. Go to the game capture real quick. I will at least I'll at least show this while I'm gone. I'll be right back. All right, sorry, y'all. There we go. Oh, everybody's dancing. Yo. What song is playing? Did it go already? Okay. All right. All right, but no, yeah, we're gonna segue into just into some Hades too. In terms of what we'll do for the rest of the week, I don't know. Don't know. Um, maybe some D4. We'll see. Let's see. Chill vibes. Some. These two. See Hades. Go. Cool. Try to last epoch. So like I'm just too late to do. I mean, when it came out, I only had like 1 day to play before I went to Cali, and so like I didn't want to play it like a week after everyone else was playing it, so I just didn't bother. I feel like the season start of Last Epoch, as well as a season start, but like the launch and also season 1 were just bad timings for me, unfortunately. The launch, I was still in the process of moving, so my computer desk and everything wasn't even set up yet, so I couldn't even play yet. So yeah, I mean, it's just like stuff like that. I just haven't had a good timing on being able to play the game. Actually, why I want to? Oh, there it is. Oh, I gotta change some stuff. First off, the mic. Gotta change the cam. About to get two dog size there. There we go. You see. There we go. There you go. I think I love the Falcon or the Rogue.
Bad dog.
I've played the Rogue. I did play Rogue before launch. I have a little bit of experience in Last Epoch. Not much, but a little bit. Falconeer wasn't out when I played. I mean, I like the game in general. It's just hard to, after playing so much D4's combat, it's just, it's one of those things where it's like I can bypass from some of my time a little bit, but it is a kind of it. Even though the systems and the approach to the action RPG genre, they got some really good ideas, especially the skill tree. I wish every company copied that, that skill tree design.
Wait, so the horned guy over there, he's the one who shows up whenever some mere mortal is about to die in some horrific, unexpected way?
Well, yes. He ensures the will of the three fates is done. But don't misjudge him for it, and there's no need to be afraid of him either.
Are you kidding? I think that's awesome. I wonder if he saw me die. Maybe I got crushed by a boulder, struck by lightning, murdered by my own lover. Could you introduce us?
Sure?
What a interesting way Talk about that. Cedric, you said, please play Last Epoch on stream. Jump it back into D3 would be sick too. I'd be probably more interested in trying to jumping back into D3 than probably Last Epoch at this point, to be honest.
How well would you say you know
So,
your
maybe.
grandparent, Lord Moros? I'd not expected to meet primordial chaos of all beings, but they summoned me to their domain, and I don't quite know what they want from me.
Chaos summoned you. That is unusual, though not entirely without precedent. And in this case, I can't imagine why. Chaos and Mother Nyx were rather close, after all.
Were them.
So Chaos seeks their daughter. They did mention something about a quandary.
This isn't the first time they took an interest in your family, or took action that the fates themselves likely never preordained. I choose to think you've made a new ally.
I hope
Really?
you're right.
Good morrow.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to ask you guys, because I think I see most of the crowd that I normally would see in my stream. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's more people that would probably be here a little later or whatnot that I don't see now. So I started around, what was it, like 6:40 something Eastern Standard Time. I'm thinking about doing more of our earlier evening streams in general. It's more of something that me and my wife kind of talked about for a little bit in terms of like this time periods of trying to adjust that, and also what we need to get done or do, I guess, or whatnot, considering our schedules are like quite different or whatnot. So starting early, obviously a bit earlier, and then getting off a little earlier makes a bit more sense. But at the same time, I'm also known as the late night streamer, so I don't want to kill that that ideology, that thing, right? And I'm also streaming towards the tail end of the main creators like Rax and Woody Joe. Those guys are all still streaming by the time I start streaming or whatever. So there's a lot of competition there. So it gets kind of a thought.
What to cast?
Just kind of want to know how you guys feel about it. We ended up being here, earlier than normal. That's to be a way for you to get hard data on where your viewers come from. Seems like the time zones matter, right? I like earlier, but I'm one dude. So I guess the thing is too is that like if I start like let's say around 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, right? That would I think the only audience that would probably be hurt by that would be like the West Coast US, like if they're still at work or whatever and they're not watching while they're at work or whatever, they might not be, they'll kind of catch me a little bit later. But it actually might work out for the Europeans because that'll be late night for the Euros, from like 6 to 8 or whatever like that. Would be like, okay, I can catch them before I go to bed or something like that. Whereas at our normal time, I won't see the Euros until like later on my stream when they wake up, per se, right? Most of the time. I usually don't have anyone to watch at the Raska, so I got you. And when you're streaming late, you take the 3 views I have. Sorry. Oh man. Zeal keeping it real. Nah, man, they probably have both of us up at the time. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm thinking about like just
Each night,
ways
another
to
possibility.
reach as much of an audience as possible, as well as adhere to a better schedule for me in general. Not that I don't mind, not that I mind the late nights, but like anything I gotta do in the morning time is definitely it's definitely a drag. I guess I didn't realize how much of a drag it was because I do it all the time. Like, well, what if I actually kind of like stopped at a somewhat decent time / East Coast, if that makes sense. And it also will give me a way to be able to like blast longer, like let's say for season starts or whatever, if I start at 6, then like blasting from like 6 to p.m. to 5 a.m. is like, not, it's still feasible time for me to get some sleep to wake up in there. Whereas before it's like not so much. So it's yeah. I'm playing around with it. It's not permanent at the moment. But for this week especially, I'll be starting at 6 around 6 o'clock p.m. So let's see, what can I buy or get? Kendris, what do that?
This should help. Hear me, O Shade.
I will survive. I give my seal of
My demand all due priority.
seal of approval. Okay.
So it shall be.
So motivated.
I think it's kind of hard to really. Who was it that talked about the data? Oh, Winjay, yeah. So I think the thing is that I think right now getting data. Don the crown with the with the follows going on, man.
There is much left to be done.
It's been a lot of fun this weekend, man. It's been a lot of fun. Totally miss everyone. So your dog said, I don't know how was it following. Yeah, it happens. I think sometimes like like I remember that I had to go back to Woody's stream and follow him because I didn't realize I wasn't followed, and I thought I was, and I was 100% sure I was following, and I guess something happened. But yeah, it happens where somehow you are unfollowed from a stream or something like that. I'm like a Hades too. Love it. I love roguelikes. It's kind of what I tended to gravitate towards when I'm not playing D4. Like, you know, kind of like the when the seasons start to drag a bit, I tend to look to roguelikes as like my second games to kind of play. There isn't much of an audience for roguelikes, but I just like roguelikes in general, especially Hades.
Thank you, Headmistress. Although I know that I could not have bested you had you held nothing back.
You know. Why do you self-impose such limits on your capability?
What was I saying? Oh yeah. So in terms of data right now, because D4 is pretty much, you know, kind of like dead at the moment, which, you know, for 2 months, it took 2 months before D4 like was like dying out for a season, and that's a good thing. Like, those are good metrics. I mean, if your season is popular for even 1 month out of the 3 months, that's a W, right? For the fact that season 4 was popular for 2 months is a huge W, right? So, but at the moment, I think you know, getting data on my viewers now on a game that's kind of like, you know, not really getting much views at the moment, I won't really get the true data that I would need to know if my time slot is actually working. You know what I mean? So right now, I'm just basing it off of, do I get my locals that I normally would get in the earlier time slot? If that's a yes, then it's like, okay, that's a good thing. Bloodmaster, what's going on? See how far I've gotten in this? I haven't gotten to, so I've beaten Cerberus a couple of times. So I got to the last part, but I haven't fought the last boss yet. I think it's the last boss. So I haven't completed a run yet. This is like day 4, I think. Day 3, day 4, or something like that. So
how long has it been?
Too long. Cooped up here now in case you hadn't noticed.
Killer Cole, appreciate the follow.
It's a lost cause anyway. Why do you ask?
See, how was my trip? It was good. It was fun. I got there late, which was very frustrating, but it was fun. Brian said, how was the Spiritborn? Fun class. Very well designed. Everybody's going to play it upon release.
Hermes requested that I pay a visit when I can. Figured I should ask if you had any notes.
Is it early days? Yeah. I think, what was it? When I played the original Hades, which was actually this year, I waited way too late to play it. I don't know why I was such an idiot to wait years to play Hades, because I did not know how good it was. I think it was like day 4 was like the first time I actually completed a run, I think, in the original Hades. I had some really good boons though. Like, it was like I almost couldn't have gotten a better situation on day 4 at the time. But yeah, I was hooked, man. I did several runs past that point. Is this D3? What up, J Matt?
It's like I said. The dead are out and about up there thanks to our Titan friend. You'll feel right at home.
Sounds great.
So you're hyped to see what they give to the other classes to prevent 90% plus Spiritborn. That's what I was saying. I was saying like Spiritborn is so well designed that I'm just worried about how the other classes are going to be refreshed for the expansion. It's probably the best way to put it.
I was going to ask you the same. She sought my task, but that's nothing new. Though she's been clashing with Headmistress more and more.
Shame it's been this way. Personally, I'd rather have divine retribution with me than against. I reckon you can't just smooth things over with her, can you?
Nope.
I have my doubts.
Well,
Grow strong.
oh, whoops. Salute
Moonlight
there.
guide us.
Look at him all peaceful. Not a care in the world. Could you imagine?
As I touched one human, I don't think of D4 at the moment. Thinking of skipping this season 5 to try and build once human content.
He's beautiful.
Season 5 is gonna be, well, I mean, you got like 3 weeks,
Wisdom
right?
about him,
So like
even asleep.
you got
Max must have taught
you got
him so
you got
much.
you got some time before you know think about playing season 5 if that's what you want to do at the moment. But I haven't really heard much about Once Human. I've seen a couple of people play it a little bit, like for like 5 minutes. What is it really about? If someone can kind of like give me like a breakdown. Is it curious in the play styles of anything? So Ryan, I can't tell you that information. Unfortunately, I'm under heavy NDA. In terms of the Spiritborn, I can't say anything detailed until Thursday after the stream, after the live stream. So I can't. If I could tell you more about it, I would, but I can't. All I can tell you is it's a very fun class with lots of perceivable options. Very well designed. Makes all the other classes jealous at the moment. You could tell they put a lot of work and effort into this particular class. It plays nothing like any other class. I think I can. Spiritborn is great. It uses redacted and redacted. Can I say what level I got to? Nope. Can't even tell you that. Or I'll put it this way. It's probably not even a good idea to even mention that. So no. Do ethereal power and legendary power stack? Like the Hungry Arrow on the ethereal and on the quiver? No, it doesn't. It does not stack, J-Map. Sounds like it's out to me.
Not really. Hypno served in the House of Hades under Mother's care. Ran into him now and then, though. He ever wakes up? Hope I can.
Thank you, Nem.
Right, let's go kill things. How many did you guys play? Were we able to check out the other classes aside from Spiritborn? No, we were not. The build we got was specifically Spiritborn, and that was it. So we have no super secret information, about the other classes at all. Which I was actually looking forward to, in a sense. I was looking forward to checking out some, rogue stuff, but
The task comes first.
yeah. Like I said, we got a build that was very Spiritborn focused. So
Fine work, yet I must caution you not to collect just for collecting's sake.
The act of giving is its own intangible reward. Nectar sours when it's offered with impure intent.
Won't have impure intent on my damn training grounds.
we won't have pure intent on this training grounds.
A fine
Okay.
choice.
I think we'll do daggers or somewhere.
Straight to the ball.
Oh, you mean how many hours? Don't even know if I can tell you that much. I could probably be vague and tell you somewhere between a couple to several hours. Or I can even probably say not enough time. Although I don't think there's ever enough time to play such an awesome class when you get the chance to. So even if you had like 2 days to play it, it still wouldn't be enough time.
For my family. I bid you shine for me again tonight.
I regret our meetings are in haste, and that we are unable to converse when thus we meet.
Jaybird, what's going
I
on?
am expected high aloft for all to see. Our connection is to remain as hidden as the crossroads. We are to move in shadows.
Yeah, Infinite, you said not really enough. It's just that when you're playing a new class without knowing anything about it, like you know nothing, like you get like a presentation, you know, whatever, which is really cool, but you don't know how anything interacts with anything. So you got to think about it in terms of a class that's very well designed, like the Spiritborn, and you have just many options at your disposal. It just takes time to figure out synergies and what skills do, you know, and that's having to kind of go through and read different skills and be like, okay, what does that do and why? And oh, does this do this? You know what I mean? Like, it just takes time to even learn what the things are about the class that, you know, trying to learn the class and play the class, like get a chance to, like, you know, feel how the class plays or whatever, like doing all that. And there's just not enough time. There will never be enough time you know, to be able to fully grasp all the concepts and everything you can do. Right. And so that's kind of what I mean. Like, you know, there wouldn't have been enough hours for Blizzard to give us to play the Spiritborn for us to really be able to like thoroughly play through the Spiritborn, if that makes sense. But the time that we did get to play the class is awesome.
Please make your choice.
We'll do this one.
Together we shine.
Together we shine. This is our charge.
Is the Hades 2 is good to see you playing something else for a break? Yeah, I've been diving into some Hades 2 the past like 4 days roughly, like as a second. So I'll still play some D4 or talk about D4 for a bit, and I will segue into some Hades for like a couple of hours or whatever. So I kind of give my main audience something to, you know, look forward to each night, but also keep my sanity by playing other games in the meantime. Right. Hammer.
You'll regret this.
Ooh, that hurt. I hate these guys. Wait, oh wait, why didn't that work? There we go. What I get? Your attacks to hunger. Oh man, that actually is tempting. Also, it's a fated choice too, which means I've done this one before. Yeah, man. All right, we'll do this one. It's a fated choice.
My blades shine like the moon.
The real question is: the Spiritborn stronger than Barb? If no, let's not talk about it. Yeah. So let's start. Is this Spiritborn stronger than the Barb? Well, considering that we couldn't play any of the other classes at the whatchamacallit, we have no foundation of what other classes can and can't do. So who knows? who knows? Who knows what the Spiritborn is doing versus what the other classes are? Spiritborn awesome. How many weapons does the Spiritborn wield? 5 to be at the barbs. I can't even tell you that much. Because that's details about the class and can't tell you. Hell, it could be 10 weapons. Who knows, right? Actually, Glimmer Game is good, but this is also good too.
Beautiful.
It's just stack with my hammer skill, right? 0 weapons, 10 rings. Exactly. There you go. Backstab is strong.
One remains.
Chaos is kind of late, so I don't want to do Chaos right now. Take this though. Hate this. Hate this guy. Ow. I need more range on that.
Such rage it must have felt.
And 2 wrists and 2 ankle bracelets. Fear is just no worries, joking. I wish I could. I promise you. I wish I could tell you. Yo, this is actually good. Storm Ring, I think. Even Rob said he would just play other classes in season 5. Oh, with the Barb. Well, Rob will play with pretty much whatever's the strongest, right? Like he'll do Barb stuff, but he will always gravitate to whatever's strongest at the end of the day. Who knows? It could be Barb again. Who knows? It's just Barb won't be as obviously better than the other classes. It might just be slightly better. So instead of being on a mountain on his own, it's like, you know, on the same mountain, but you know, maybe like one staircase up or something. Who knows? He said, not gonna lie, I'm kind of not excited for Spiritborn. I only care about Rogue. That's because you haven't played Spiritborn yet. I was actually kind of on the fence about Spiritborn myself until I actually played it, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right, yeah. I'm straight up serious. I don't know if I'm starting with Spiritborn or Rogue in the expansion. It's like that good. It takes a lot to get me to not start Rogue on any season. I'm telling you. Last question is a full-time Rogue main. It's a class fast paced enough for us. You can play that way. That's about all I can say.
That does make sense. So instead you command a massive hidden army of spiderlings, standing at the ready to do your bidding.
Oh no, most of them hang upside down rather than stand. Oh, come now, I'm not the only spider in the woods. The others keep to themselves. But they do listen sometimes, I suppose.
Do they? Real question is this the real dog side? I've never seen Dad wear tank tops. I guess that is kind of true. I really don't wear tank tops generally. It was really hot today though outside, so I was like, you know, we need to change it up, and I didn't feel like changing shirts, so I'm like, you know what, we'll just wear this on stream. Yeah, looks pretty good. I'm interested in that too. Still talking what's going on. We could figure out the class based on Doc's likes, pretty much. Came in for the this Games 4 release. I would say season 4 was like the Games 4 release. So like, I mean, season 4 was kind of it. Everything else before season 4 was felt like a beta, like an actual true beta. Go ahead, Emerald dress.
May it keep you safe.
I already got 2 boons right now, right? So do I want to try to focus on the third?
Do come again, won't you?
Die summer look.
Most of the ancient edifices that once housed the dead awaiting judgment within Erebus have since been taken by the woods or by
It must have been magnificent. More will
There's a
grow
cat.
instead.
Hey, let's chat.
Don't be afraid. Must want something to eat. Just a small sip.
There's that. So Duncan with the prime, appreciate you. You.
You're just in time.
That was my mark.
There's her mark.
Good shot. Hail, sister.
Sister Artemis.
I can often depend on Sister Selena's light.
You look much more recovered than before your trip. Well, I'm also streaming a little earlier too on a day, so like I'm not as tired, I guess. Because usually at nighttime, even though I may not show up, but if it's been a long day, I start at like 10 or 11 p.m. It's like it's gonna be a long night too, generally. So.
And Headmistress Hecate is needed at the crossroads.
Also slept pretty well yesterday too. After I got back in.
Hey, what do you mean if? It's a matter of when, as far as I'm concerned. I'm thinking maybe very soon, in fact. Here's what I have.
Said marked. Wait a minute. Chance to take critical damage last 6 seconds. Wait, can I have this? As well as my other boon? It doesn't say that I'm dropping a boon. Delete the snare.
There. All right, I'm off.
Who's the tallest of all the invitees? Rob, for sure. Rob is tall as hell. Like, dude is really tall. I was not expecting him to be as tall as he was. Yes, Rob is tall.
Straightforward.
Right there. Take nectar. Barb in real life, yes. Well, a pretty slim Barb. He's got a slim figure. A slim build, I feel that way. It's a figure, that sounds weird.
Can use this.
So far, doing quite good. With the boons and the hammer.
What do we have in stock?
That take an upgrade too. Who was the Hulk of the test team? I mean, like, big bodied, like, you know, like buff. Oh, so okay, gotcha. I wouldn't say anyone had like a muscular build by any means. I don't know, like Warlug, maybe? Warlug or Ghazi. Ghazi definitely doesn't have like a muscular build, but he's just like pretty big built in the sense. I think Warlug actually like looks like he actually like lifts, I think.
I did encounter her, my lord, and I think the fates.
But the Blizzard statues are epic as they look in various videos. Yes, even more so in person.
The edge of this realm.
The details is just nuts.
And you as well.
Limb and
but I didn't get to see many statues because I missed the campus tour.
Even exceeds my own. We're both titans, yes, Kronos and I, but he is my elder, as I am yours. What say you?
You fight again?
His age doesn't mean anything to me. The old are seldom wise and often weak. And he did not study under you, headmistress. Only I have.
If I get fucked, yes, it did. I didn't get there until like the next day because engine issues. So I got deplaned and got there like 14 hours later than I was supposed to. What sucked. I can request campus tours according to the email you got. Well, I mean, it'd be kind of tough to do that living literally on the East Coast. And the campus tours being on the West Coast. But like, yeah, the time frame just wouldn't have worked out in terms of trying to get a campus tour after it happened. Unfortunately.
Just so. He is an arrogant old fool.
Yeah, anyone can request one.
Of wisdom comes with age.
That's
more
fair.
Than the real thing. Remember that. Crossed flames burn.
I always get hit by this thing. Always. Go, run. Shoot, run. Also, don't use the environments as much as I should. My life easier, especially in like the last area. Let's harvest a little bit though, while we're here. I guess that worked.
Your growing skill with Lim and Oros makes you something to be feared.
I'll do the thing sometime.
I see something of use.
For the cauldron. My keepsake's manifest. Maybe I should switch.
Oh, so I can actually switch to a different keepsake. But if I do this one. I'll play it safe.
Heading in.
Yeah, if I delayed 3 hours on your trip.
Got you.
Did I hang out with Blizz employees? Oh, yeah. For like the majority of it.
So cheers.
Yeah, all these are actually pretty good.
Time to send a message.
They had to have only half the people in the front section because apparently when the doors fell off when they opened it, so they couldn't open it. Oh man, just less people. Oh, that's awful. I guess we can do chaos this time since we're early in the run.
Hit me then.
It wasn't even the bow in play.
Rides across the sky, and her attention she directs towards you. Perhaps she is wondering, what is the moon without light? And I suspect that she is capable in Nyx's absence.
Just gotta not get hit, huh?
Thank you, hidden spiderlings. Mine.
I wanted to see because of it, everyone did. I guess to keep an eye on them when the engine falls. I had to get a different flight because the engine, they were having engine issues that started off with just AC issues. And then, yeah, that was kind of it. Guess we'll go this way. Chaos voice line went with the beat of the music, and it was kind of. No, what? You took my what? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you what? You took the Wow. Wow. Okay. she just snatched the one I wanted. What?
Thank you for your service.
What?
Be gone.
Is it Spiritborn of this class or that classified? That is classified information. I can't tell you.
Cooked fish.
Oh, I can't fort over there? Okay, guess that makes sense. Let's just do this thing. Really? That's how you gonna be? Okay.
The path of stars.
Oh, is it path of what? Now this I didn't see. Okay. Oh, I get 3 points. Huh. One, two. Can I move this or I'm stuck with it? The choice. Yeah, I'm stuck with the choice. Okay. All right. So, let's go here to here, I guess. That's kind of cool. I did not know that that was a thing.
Together we shine.
Could unseal one of the other paths. Let's try it. That's settled.
Take this.
Struck down. These always come in handy.
What you got?
Why not?
Yeah. I guess I'll take the gold actually.
Jump.
Cast take care of it.
The water spouts. Lord Charon will want this.
Yay. Curse is gone. Got the gold to do this. This will work. We need that. A power up though. Probably not. Whatever, we'll try.
It's fortunate the underworld boatman's still plying his trade even during a downturn such as this. I trust his price.
You stand in your cast when they expire, immediately restore. Oh, okay. After my cast expires, they'll damage an area for 2 seconds. Let's do that.
Better. On with the show.
Oh, hey girls, guess who? It's the one that got away, that's who. Something you want to know about me, lady, is once I catch him, I never let him go.
That comes as no surprise.
This fight is
to me at
it's
all.
like very interesting.
Some sea creatures are famously clingy. Barnacles, clams.
So Duncan says, every other Diablo game in history really started to be awesome in this expansion, so they have a lot of the level 2. Yeah, they have a really good track record when it comes to expansion. So I'm expecting. I have high expectations when it comes to that, like very high expectations.
You take that back. I'll make you take that back.
Are you? Okay.
There goes Arachne's suit.
Featured artist, huh?
Peace and quiet.
I'll take my bows. Thank you, yeah. Thank you, yeah. I shall return.
There. Out of here. There's no clear path in sight.
This place is always so gloomy.
This horrid feeling, just a trick of the mind. A path of golden petals shall guide you. I'll have to use the cauldron first.
I have to use the quote. What? Incarnation. Oh, okay. I got it. Let's go.
Clarity.
There we go.
Pure gold.
Is it a door? Appreciate the follow. Where's the other thing? Oh, there it is.
Nami eye.
Oh, that hurt. You. So how's your hernia going? So honestly, I feel more pain in my tailbone, lower right back, surgical area. So I don't know if that's an improvement or not. It seems to be different every day. It seems like I'm gonna say like every day, but like every couple of days the pain tends to shift. So I actually would prefer that I do have the pain in my lower right back / tailbone in a sense, because then I don't know if I could just prefer that over the radiating pain I've been feeling because it's new. I don't say new, but it's like more different or whatever. Maybe I'll feel differently like the next couple of days where I'm like, oh, I wish I had the other pain instead. But I don't know. It's just been
The underworld's power.
I'd say it has a pain reduces at least. When it shifted to more to my tailbone, no, not really. Like it's been harder to actually stand because of it, but I don't feel the pain in the hernia area nearly as much because of it. So it's almost like the pain shifted versus gotten any better. I don't know if that makes sense. I have more information on next Tuesday when I go and see the surgeon for like hopefully a real checkup. I'll say it's moved. I've always kind of had pain in my tailbone somewhere, but it's just been like instead of it being like 50-50, it's like more like 80-20. wonder if it's because you haven't been using your core as much. Could be. I mean, but I was walking a lot this past weekend for the event or whatever. So I woke up this morning actually, and I felt good. Like I felt like really good. Almost no pain anywhere. And then after about 5 minutes of walking around, then pain in my lower back happened. Tailbone area started creeping up. And I'm like, oh, okay, spoke too soon. All
right.
Man,
That's one down. A withered bough. More of this tainted gold.
so many whatchamacallits. Thorns. Those are quite tricky to deal with. Second back pain, whether I like it or not. Well, I'm 39, and like, I guess I'm used to some back pain, but like this is more like I can't stand for like stand up for like a good 2 or 3 minutes straight before I literally just have to sit down. Can't move or do anything. It's rough. It feels like like I said, it feels like nerve pain. It feels like
and there she is.
There she is. There she is. There she is.
You must have hidden back when Nemesis was here. Big dark-haired daughter of Nyx that sometimes storms through these fields. But you don't have to be afraid of her.
Afraid of her. Don't have to be afraid of her.
I'll go with this.
For me? Are you sure?
So you're hoping it was for a speedy recovery? Yeah, I mean this is going on like week 11 now, so like almost hitting the 3-month mark. So
more corrupted.
Something's got to be going on. More than what I'm being told. I feel like.
Lonely eye.
Oh, these oh, I didn't know that those are like traps. Just near like doing this the hard way. Haven't went this way yet. Here. Ow. You know, he's just out. It's an early access.
Rest again for now.
So how am I? Doing all right. Just got back from Cali, playing the Spiritborn in the expansion, and that was a ton of fun, as you can imagine.
Attention, huh? Hear me on my authority.
Yeah.
Greater strength.
I'll take the dodge. Did I hook it up with food? I mean, we pretty much got like a full expense paid for the most part.
Good evening, boatman.
One. I don't know what Sublime is. 2, 3. So I won't even make it there though. So really it's just here to here. Alright, here we go. Try our best, here we go. Just make shakeless for everyone.
Wired up again.
Whoa. I got pulled.
Come to your senses, boy.
No.
Not yet.
Yeah. Let's see. trying to use my whatchamacallit so I can get my thing back. He didn't have this attack last time I fought him. Okay.
A flash of recognition passes across
Can't be
the
a lot.
countenances of the monstrous
My only
hounds
cheat
of
death
hell.
on that weird mid counter. Like that was weird.
You're looking better already. Some tears.
It's not gonna let me use my hex thing. Or whatchamacallit. It's still not gonna let me do it, okay. I was trying to cheese my way to use my hex stuff, but it wasn't gonna let me.
Having quelled the fury of the fearsome triple-headed
I should have made
monster,
shakers for everyone.
the princess of the dead stands poised.
Our regen is like level 1 pi as we get.
Where waits her lifelong foe.
We're now so close, aren't we? Out of the fields, at least. Here goes. Almost there. Just a few chambers to the house.
Express route set.
Ah, granddaughter, how kind of you to visit us again.
Oof. I took way too much damage actually.
Go unpunished.
Gosh. Hit me with something. Traps hurt.
few chambers left.
I'm at the like. Actually, what is this one?
What?
Oh, this is
Greetings, Father. Sorry, boy.
So which will let me pet him?
The resting hound of hell makes plain he wishes not to be disturbed. The once feared underworld king resembles now the wretched and the damned that here was shackled in his stead, until the scheming Titan Kronos cut them loose.
Unforgivable.
What are you doing
Yeah,
here
what we
again?
got?
I told you, you cannot be here.
And I told you I'd be back for you. That my priority is Kronos. You vanquished him before. Can you reveal to me any weaknesses?
I vanquished him with the aid of 5 other gods. What hope have you alone? He has no weakness, save his arrogance. And it appears you have that weakness too.
Dang, really? That's how you feel about
It
me?
seems we are equally matched. Father, how long have you been this way? Is there aught I can do?
You think I have any sense of time in such a place? And I've said already what you can do. Risk not your everything. Go now.
Which throw 1% of damage you deal until you reach it. Really? This might be the play.
I shall return. You test my patience. Worth taking the longer route?
No, it's not.
The Earth's bounty.
There's a note at the on it. Yeah, we're not gonna do it. Go. Oh no, this isn't bad. Go this way. I'm gonna regret taking this route instead of just going straight there, but
The vermin answer.
especially I gotta fight this thing. Oh, that hurt. That wasn't too bad actually. I did take a big hit though.
In the name of Hades.
Please give me something really good though. Only one I really can is this one really. I think that was where it's going this route, this way. So probably shouldn't take this route.
Right now.
Oh, I don't have enough. That's not good. I have no way to regenerate either, so I can't even get my health back. Oh god.
A palm of power.
I'm gonna say the Storm Ring is probably the better way to go at the moment. I need some help though, jeez. Ooh, that hurt. These guys.
No.
Knew it.
Return to Shadow now.
That's unfortunate. We'll do one more run and I'll do Axe.
Wait for me, Father.
What you want to say about me?
Begone, accursed witch. I have occupied this grove
Parents was up.
long before your pitiable tent came to rest upon it.
Oh, hey, Mel.
I see the two of you have met. Lord Moros, Dora speaks the truth as always. She's been here longer than I have, if you can believe it.
I can indeed, for I know an old soul when I see one. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dora. Do let me know if I can be...
Count on it, Horns. Now then.
I bid your leave. Farewell.
What an interesting character.
Ah, you're here.
What now? Domnoski Traxon.
Does she help?
So mote it be.
It is done.
take this too.
The wards for my protection I dispel, for I am ready now for heaven as for hell.
So mote it be. What troubles you, Melinoi? Your brow is furrowed, not with fierceness, but...
Headmistress, it's just... I'm struggling to muster the rage I should feel. I'm tasked with slaying a titan I do not even know.
Your feelings never lie to you. 'Tis their origins that may deceive. You feel no rage? Then you are in control. Tell me, do you question the need to complete...
No, Headmistress. Treachery against the House of Hades cannot go unpunished.
Hell yeah.
Just so. Center yourself on that.
I heard your efforts to bring Cerberus back to his senses were successful. At least temporarily, Goddess. He bounded off to Tartarus only to be cast out into the fields again.
That's what I gathered, yes. In Tartarus he seeks his master, my father, whom I happened upon bound in chains. Kronos is torturing them.
Kronos is using them to get at you, instill in you emotions that compel you to throw caution to the wind. Remember, wars are won and lost in hearts and minds.
Did you not act on your emotions in your mortal days?
Well, yes.
Nemesis on break, I guess.
See what you...
I'll take it. As for my arcana. This one. Don't have the bones.
What? This?
Right. Okay. Should be able to head to the surface now.
What are these combos? I don't understand too much. Awakening, activate cards that use 1 through 5. Got here. Facing card to
Can't.
Can't upgrade. I guess I can't unlock.
The unseen. The Queen.
This is. Guess not that. Like I'm at the grind to get the other stuff. So we're good. Let's go with the axe this time.
Sore effect.
Another step on the path to perfection.
To the surface.
Let's go to the surface.
the surface, young lady. How will you survive? Surely you know your line is bound beneath the earth. Your strength is better spent against our foes.
Stormy rain.
What?
As the ill-fated princess feels her life force fade with every breath of
What?
I gotta hurry. It's like speed running, kind of.
What are you doing on this side? You lose your way? Thought you had business on the underworld, not here. Mayhap I'm just a bit out of the loop.
Yeah, what can you give me real quick? All these are not that great, but this is probably the best one on them.
How can I?
It gives me that.
What? Return to shadow now.
What was that? What was that?
Just a moment. You traveled to the surface, knowing full well the fates decided long ago that those of your line...
Their curse was palpable. I never intended to stay for long. Just look.
Well, I don't see them around right now, do you? Incidentally, there was once an incantation that I happened upon, which was not intended for my eyes. But I... Farewell.
Unraveling a fateful bond.
So I guess now I can take the tree stuff, I guess.
I couldn't breathe.
Princess?
Thank you for visiting me last night, Lord Moros. So, hypothetically, if I were to complete a certain incantation that somehow loosened the grip the three fates have on my birthright...
Please understand, Princess, that I am not at liberty to give advice on matters such as that, not even hypothetically. I trust I've been sufficiently direct in putting it this way.
In other words, we shouldn't be talking about this at all, and I assume all risk for my actions related to any potentially forbidden incantations that I've learned.
Just gotta cross it and then let you hang out there. Gotcha.
Yes.
There you are.
Goddess.
You visited the surface. I can't imagine that played out particularly well.
No, I didn't.
At least you made...
It was draining. Even at night, something about being under the stars. I didn't know there were so many.
A lesson learned and an experience gained. The fates themselves do not want you up there.
I have an incantation to complete. I don't need to stay forever on the surface. I just need to hold...
Ah, then you seek to improve this aspect of yourself without rejecting it outright.
It has to.
Get out.
The good witch always figured you would make your way up to the mortal realm. Once you were ready and the situation called for it.
She warded the pathway there, until such time as I had the means to pass through. But the climate on the surface is enough.
Your underworld birthright stuff getting in the way? A curse, not just a blessing, it would seem. Well, if your witchery got you this far, surely it can aid with it.
That's the plan. The antler.
May we converse? Patience, young one. You were most brave to venture to the surface, and most foolhardy as well.
I think there is, Commander. Except it calls for reagents that can only be found up there. But how am I supposed to gather them before the incantation is complete?
Mayhaps
Good
just
point.
make a run for it, I don't know. So what if you can't stay long? Just grab what you need and get at it?
It's not ideal.
That's pretty cool.
But
That's a really cool part of
maybe the
what do
spade.
digging.
Once more. For the Silver
Hammer
Sisters.
first. I'm at the building around whatchamacallit now. Richard Knox, what's going on? Yeah, there's actually quite a few changes in Hades 2 versus Hades. Even though like it looks like a very similar game, but they definitely got his own unique vibe to it. You know, and all the weapons are different too. While taking some inspiration from previous weapons and some of the boons. You hang waiting to match for guys at Blizz? Yeah. Of course. There wasn't that many of us. But yeah. I think I hung out with the devs more than I think anyone else. Devs and Lexi also Barricade for quite a bit.
The river Kokite.
A little pain.
Ooh, that's right. I don't know if I should have taken that. I already don't have much health. I don't know if I should have did Chaos.
The fate's designs for us perhaps are intertwined, for we each seek our close kin.
Jimmy, what's going on?
With my spawn and daughter Nyx, who resided in your father's house. Her influence remains, yet I feel her absence.
You want to burn out before the verse? Yeah. I mean, I'm playing like little by little. I'm not binging this. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure once it's out of early access or like that, it'll be a different game in a positive way of some way. Oof. All these are kind of bad, so I think I'll just take this one.
Strength.
Yeah, I don't even have goal for that. Oh, that hurt.
Not now.
I can't do that. Oh, yeah. Probably shouldn't have went this keepsake, really, honestly, with this weapon. So I can't really dodge that well. My Death Defy is already gone. Ouch. This is gonna be a horrible run. I should probably quit this run.
I miss your mother terribly, and your brother as well. He was my little sprout. Kronos must have ensnared him with the others in your father's house.
Let's go then.
Let's just give up this run. This is so bad a run. I don't want that to be my last run of the night. I want to level this up though. Kind of want to keep it. I'll just play better next time.
Once more. For the Silver Sisters.
I guess I get the same start. Yeah.
The mighty Moonstone Axe. Come.
Get the Arachne next time? Okay. What boon does she have? Or what keepsake does she have? Oh, the armor one? I think I actually have that one. That's one I usually use. And also restore armor, I think, after every location or something, as long as I have armor. Health. Actually, can I gain more health? Is this even worth taking? If I started with this boon. How do I? This. I was trying to level it up and then switch to a different boon for the next area, but. So is my limit still 30 the entire time? Guess we'll find out.
Rest now, all of you.
Oh wow, yeah, 30 is the cap. All right. That's all right.
Always use more.
Interested in what you got here for me. Yeah, I didn't want to not take the blacksmith. Like, that was a hard choice.
I said about your weapon first we met. In my defense, ain't often I see workmanship superior to mine. Though don't...
Yeah. See, all these are terrible choices. All of them. This is probably the best one, and this is bad. Yeah, I mean it's pretty much it.
My silver.
Joystick, what's going on? Bloodmaster. You see me in that red shirt? Oh, you mean in the pictures? Was it good? It was fun. It was really fun trick.
Got some cocoons for I don't remember anymore.
Don't speak that way. My task would go much faster if I had legs like you.
Save your pity for another soul, my friend. Now then.
Yeah, this is important. I use that whatchamacallit all the time, so.
In we go.
Wait, is this what I think it is? Oh, no, I shouldn't. Not again.
The gods may often be the ones indulging in this stuff, but it's not just for them. It's for you.
Yeah, I already have the exclusive curry. But I want to build. I almost always go the heart, but I kind of. You got prophecy though.
You truly do look great.
Let's begin.
Ow.
And now for you. Detest that thing. Mindless wretch.
Our family scattered to the winds a bit, my niece. You've heard from those of us upon this mountaintop, but Zeus sent several.
I don't know. I'm not excited about this boon. I should have went with the other. That's alright. Wanted to play with something different.
Ensnared.
This is good for AoE though, but definitely not single target. And I get this one. I mean, it's cool looking.
Poseidon's affable veneer is a ferocity I've learned to carefully avoid. If he's backed you with his ocean strength, you're better off. Go make the most.
Ooh, extra does.
Split path.
Triple tap was going on. He said, did I take group pictures? I didn't personally, but pretty much everyone else did. Like, Barricade has all the pictures, honestly. Barricade and Aelina has all the pictures. DM took some pictures as well.
Come on in.
Ratio.
last tea. Tell me something, and don't you dare mock me or you'll regret it. How do I get into Tartarus? Managed to make it through the fields, then hit a dead end. Kept.
Tartarus is sealed off. The only reason I'm able to get in is because not even Kronos can take away my birthright and divine authority over the place. Although, if not for Headmistress, I wouldn't have known how to use.
No help at all. Forget I even asked.
No help at all.
Got to be some other way inside, and if not, just have to make one, I guess. For now, enjoy the lack of competition.
Oh no, you're not taking this one. Okay, that's great to say.
Bye.
No, I can't take that. It's just like I got no health from that last time, or no max health increase. This.
Here's the gold. Does the splash actually hits on the target too, or just like just random targets? Strength of the gods. I shall, my lord. Until then, we each have.
What do you guess my professional associate does with all that coin, really? He still won't say a word. Think he's just covering his tracks so Gramps can't pin him down.
Yeah.
Little spring in my step.
See how I fought the witch before? Oh yeah, I mean I made it all the way to almost Kronos, basically.
There you are. You wear one of those silken dresses. Always
I've beaten how built I was my board.
This one quite suits you.
Not much.
Though it is unlikely to withstand the heat.
A board? Do you mean like the cards? Is that what you mean? I'm still somewhat new to Hades 2. Definitely different than 1. Yeah, so I mean I got quite a few cards, but I don't really understand how some of the activation requires or like that, how that works. So I know I'm probably missing out on some awakening stuff that I don't know how to like do. I keep forgetting to use the terrain to help me out.
Not very dignified. Selene smite you.
Yeah. Bro, I swear I blocked those things. No, what? Aw. Oh, this is a bad run too. Because now my cheek up is gone. I really shouldn't have chosen this keepsake, but I really wanted to do something different when I was doing it. Ooh, that hurt.
Retaliate.
Why?
Under the pressure.
Why did I do that?
So blasted close.
Are you trying to say what the Spiritborn is without showing gameplay of this game? I mean, no comment.
Hey, the head wedge isn't busting your chops too bad, is she? What with you?
I know.
It's been a long time. I don't say a long time, but I've only lost her like one at a time. Besides this time.
But she's been nothing but patient.
Really? Well, I hope that sticks.
Hail, Lord Moros. How have you been acclimating so far? Is there something we can do to make your stay?
No, Princess. I'm well and acclimating, as you say. I've never been to such a place as this, and making every effort.
You're welcome here and safe.
You were close.
Do one more.
Olympus seems reluctant to ask outright, but I can tell my family there needs me. I cannot shake the sense that I have to help them before I...
You needn't shake that sense, for it may well be accurate. You still thinking of an incantation that may help you to survive?
I am. Up there, I'll be like a fish out of water.
I like the new
right?
class. Very good. Very well designed.
Incantation, I was
a lot of fun.
Maybe I could hold my breath until Olympus.
Such a spell shall not be simple. If you demonstrate.
I'm counting on it.
Alright, Emerv, let me ask you something since you're here. So here are my cards here. So what I don't understand is stuff like this. Like, what does this mean? You're not crafting these in the pot? I do sometimes. Like every other run, I guess. I don't really have a lot of seeds to like put in the pot. So like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I need all of them. Like all. I see. So I need a 1, 2, 3, a 4. I see. Okay. So that one's automatically activated because I have that. Okay, I see now. Activate no more than 2 cards. Okay, I get it now. Of course, I don't have the things to be able to activate some of these out there, but I'll take that. And really, no, I guess I can't do that either. Got a 5 or a 2, a 2, several 2s. The
cards know.
You got a merchant to buy Ashram. The ghost is. I believe so.
Faith of my comrades.
Let's go back to the silken sash. Gonna be exit location. Fully restore HP up to a total of 50 this night.
The sash.
For the sashes run.
Once more then.
Look at happily gifting. There we go, you see?
The rains return.
Except I can't gift anything to this one, right? It's not a god. All right. This is the one I haven't had before. At the blocking a foe with your special, deal 50% damage. Oh, that's actually quite interesting. All of my favorite choices here. Oh, never mind. That's not my regular attack. That's it's whirlwind. Okay, never mind.
You feel that, Zorafet?
Does this only work on projectiles, or if I just hit him with this period? Would that like, you know, counter attack or counter a projectile? Ag is ended. So this here, at the blocking of foe with your special, deal plus 50% damage for 15 seconds. I assume. So how do I like new class? Is it a quick playstyle like Road? So I can't tell you that much. I'm under heavy NDA until the 13th. But I think the class is really a lot of fun to play. Many various different ways you can play the class. I'll put it that way.
Area clear.
Okay, so I think the thing above underneath my feet is the buff I get for the block, right? Yeah, okay. I don't think I get this one.
Selene, I now send to you the nectar of...
Little star, you offer this to me. The connection.
You honor me,
Moonbeam.
sister. Let us together shine this night.
I really don't like hexes, honestly.
Long have I been the Eye of Night, watching you grow and train in secrecy.
Can you say where you guess you were ranking amongst other classes? No idea, because we didn't get a chance to play the other classes in the expansion. So like we only got just the how do you put it? We got like a very specific version, like playtest version of the game that only has Spiritborn. So I can't compare it to other classes in the expansion because I don't know what they got. Right, so that's Maxroll ready, and Maxroll shows the power of the Spiritborn on Friday. I thought it was on Thursday. Pretty sure it's on Thursday. I think it is Thursday. But yeah, I mean, we all have like stuff that we can. I mean, I got things I can talk about and things like I got content I can make so far. I just can't release it until the 18th. But yes. Do you feel like it will appeal to players of another particular? Oh yeah, any class. Doesn't really matter what class you play. There's something for you with the Spiritborn. This is my prediction for next class. They'll most likely put a paladin class for the next class. Maybe.
Wolf howl.
The theory is that each of the primary evils will get an expansion. That would make the most sense, actually. Yeah. can't block those attacks. Wait, do I have manual regen on? I don't. I don't think I had that card. Yeah. Give us some blaze you need. Yeah, I wish I could have gotten a chance to like really like see the other classes stuffs or whatever, but you know, the pre-made build is what it is.
Yo,
Grandma
Dark
Sky with
Side,
the raid.
We just got raided, son. What up? You know how we do. Drop my new
can I get
beat
the
for
dancing
these
time?
new
I can.
viewers.
Sheezy out. Grandma Sky, how's it going on?
Grandma_Sky
D4 good
raided
or
my
bad
stream
in
with
season
1
5?
views.
The PTR was pretty bad, but the concepts were good, so we'll kind of see how that goes. But thank you, Grandma Sky. How are you doing? How you been? Gosh, I hate this thing. Okay, so I can't block that. Oh no, I can.
Such rage it must have felt.
Not a cab. I mean, still trying to recover from this double hernia surgery. It's been kind of annoying. We also get PoE2 news this week.
Nocturnal arms, ain't it? Meant only as a last resort, but here we are, I reckon.
Also, Karzay. Carrie's. Carrie, there we go. Yeah, what's up? Specials, really? Why can't it be the main attack? That's rough. Yeah, all these are actually not that good.
Set.
Rotate this.
Finery, so soft. Is it truly you?
A death cap. Hey, I don't suppose you happen to see a woodsy goddess stalking through.
I know which one you mean, my friend, and I know she's...
Goddesses like what? You make it sound as though you fear Olympus more than you fear Kronos.
Oh, I do. It's not Kronos that made me this way. If anything, I've grown more used to it with
What?
time.
Really?
Now go find your woodsy goddess.
It's not
And be
Cronus that
careful
made me
not
this
to-
way, huh? Take this dress.
What a sight you are.
bones.
Take this.
Her foes are nowhere to be found.
I don't know if I actually gave him. Have I gifted him before? So about to find out.
I'm glad you're here, Hermes, and it's an.
All right, Grandma. Sky, you have a good one.
Cheers, Em, although you needn't have. But here, I've just a thing for you.
Don't blink if they fix Paragon boards. They didn't show us anything, so like I wouldn't have any information to give you or show you if I could. So will I be mainly Spiritborn? I think everybody will be mainly Spiritborn. It's that good of a class. At least everyone will be playing Spiritborn a lot at the start.
Nothing like a quick exchange of gifts.
Known Heck a while, and don't envy either one of you. She couldn't just send you off to deal with Gramps before you were ready. You must have hated having to wait. I know.
Yeah, Hex is ready. So just take Nimble Limbs then, I guess. So I hope the Spiritborn has its own uniques. Well, every class has its own uniques, right? So it wouldn't be far-fetched for Spiritborn to also have his own uniques.
Okay. Here you go.
And I'll be like the lady in the Titanic waiting. It's been 84 years.
In you go.
So we'll take. Oh, actually, I didn't need that. I should have taken that. Oh well. Actually, I couldn't take that if I did that. This is pretty good.
Yes, Lord Charon. You'll have what gold I may.
It's a huge area.
Does anyone besides me ever happen on you in this glade? Perhaps some evening Artemis or someone may appear instead.
This clearing, rest assured, is ours alone. These woods are vast enough. Yet I see everyone who passes through, no matter how.
Did you feel the classes balanced, or they have to balance it before release? I mean, within itself, I mean, yeah. In terms of other versus other classes, there's no way for me to know because we didn't get to play the other classes. So like, if you're talking about inter-class balance, yeah. Every way to play the class felt pretty great initially. Who's still alive? Wait. so I can't block that. Can't block the curse either. I don't know why I tried, but.
Selene smite you.
What about this one? What's the new level cap? There was no way for us to know.
The crossroads anon. I shall be catching there my breath.
We got a build that was very specific, so that's all I can say.
Return to shadow now.
Outlasted her.
Guess we'll go straight.
At last. Expanded my collection.
I could chase my keepsake now, because
the onion.
see what are these now? Next 200 seconds. Or do this one. Is it Evil Eye?
Won't open.
Oh, I already picked it. Never mind. I picked something already, so. Oops.
Down we go. That singing.
Kinda wanna do. Let's see.
Seeks me.
The golden son of Zeus has given you his blessing, I see. Apollo was not always so willing to involve himself in your family's struggles. Perhaps the
More like in Hades? Love it.
little choice.
Love it. I love the originals, so definitely like this one. All these are not that great. Guess I'll take this one.
What's all this?
Oh, it's
I haven't seen you in a while. A gift. I don't know if I get to you now.
Present, you're so thoughtful and all that. Don't mean to be rude about.
If I'm to keep taking from your copious supply of unused gifts. Narcissus,
Okay, yeah, he didn't give me
how
anything.
did you discover this place anyhow? I'd not expected to.
I always knew my way around the rivers and the seas.
So I met a friend of yours.
I got stuck
Who's
in
your
that
friend?
For a while, way too dry. So once the underworld opened up, I swam straight here.
I don't know how much health I had, so I don't know if that's worth taking. Barricade. Okay, yeah, okay. I guess that makes sense with the yo emote.
Help yourself.
Silver.
Yeah, Barricade was cool.
Let's stop.
Spent a lot of time hanging out with him.
stop me.
God, that hurt. Whoa, okay. Oof. I think I'm gonna have to give it this run. Cause ain't no way well. I don't know. I don't think I'm surviving this with the boons I got. Appreciate the follow. That's since I took whatchamacallit. I took what was it? I probably shouldn't have. Yeah.
I think not. Out with you, servant. Oh, gorgeous! I can bear.
Let's see what she would have given me. That actually would have been useful too. This right here would have been good. But we'll give it this right because there's no way I'm making it past whatchamacallit. That is the nature of roguelikes. Sometimes you just have really shitty runs. But yeah, almost usually every time I've done runs, I've gotten past Cerebus and then kind of lose out on the last map, I guess, whatever. No, yeah, faith in myself. Oh, there's just no way I was gonna hear that. Not without like playing super slow and like not interested, being like a coward the entire time. That's why the give up button is there, right? It's like you know when you're and I had fate as well. I was cursed, so I was taking way more damage. So there was no way I was gonna be able to like finish or even get remotely even halfway through that run. Never give up, never surrender. No, that's all right. But it is past time, from which I was planning on staying on anyway. So I think that's also the other thing. I want to do another run, but it's time for me to get off. So, where to go? Oh, Rav is streaming. D3 at that. So we'll go to Rav. I haven't been to Ravnica in a while, so we'll do that. Speaking of which, I do appreciate you guys dealing with the newer time, I guess you could say, the earlier stream time. I'm gonna try to continue to do this throughout the rest of the week at the very least, and then kind of see how it goes, and if it tends to still do pretty well, we will keep doing that. So people still play D3 whenever a new season happens. Like any action RPG, like people continue to play PoE when it has new leagues, right? Because the new leagues are good. In this case scenario, D3 is like is in maintenance mode, so we're repeating seasons now. But this particular season is Ethereals, and so Ethereal is like one of the most popular seasons in D3. So like, it's actually kind of popular at the moment, because it's a really good season. So yeah, you ever play Grim Dawn by chance? Nah, I don't have time to play multiple grind action RPGs just because, streaming is not like, I don't stream full time. So generally speaking, I have a full-time job, so it's like I only have time to grind one grind game for the most part, and then like maybe play some off games like I did with Hades 2 every now and then. But like, yeah, I don't have time to do like multiple different action RPGs that are pretty grind heavy or take a while to learn. So yeah, your favorite in your opinion? I actually think so. Here's a hot take. I think so. PoE popped off because it released at like possibly the best time it could have released, which was around a time where D3 was like really bad. Like people were pissed off about D3. PoE's launch couldn't have been any better because it was around a time where nothing else was going on. And because PoE was not a good game at the start. It wasn't, people don't remember it like, but it was actually a very clunky game at the start, but it reminded people of D2 the most at the time. So people, you know, and it was free to play. So it was like people just, you know, went towards PoE at the start and then kind of like stuck with it as updates got better for the game. Grim Dawn's launch was in a pretty poor window. I think that had Grim Dawn launched when PoE did instead, like if Grim Dawn would have launched in PoE shoes or PoE's launch date, everybody would be playing. I'm saying everybody, but Grim Dawn would be probably the more popular game right now in terms of the action RPGs out of D3, PoE, and Grim Dawn. So I think if Grim Dawn had that launch window, more people would have played it. Significantly more people would have played it. Because I mean that honestly, from what I hear, Grim Dawn is probably the closest thing to D2 in reality in terms of like the game's mechanics and things. But yeah, it's Grim Dawn just didn't launch in the good window, and that hurts. That's gonna hurt the game, or it did hurt the game from getting more people involved. I mean, that was, at that time, D3 was actually getting a little better, and people were kind of coming back to that a little bit. And then PoE was starting to make really good leagues, and then you have Grim Dawn that launched, and it's like, oh, well, that's unfortunate because you know it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like at that point, it's hard to pull audiences away from that. You see what I'm saying? So like, I'm not saying it's not a good game or a bad game. I'm just saying like the reason why it's not as popular is because of the launch is the timing of its launch. Yeah, the timing of this launch could have been because it had PoE launched after Grim Dawn. I don't know if PoE would have had the player base it did. Because more people would have gotten that more sophisticated action RPG already in Grim Dawn, so it's kind of like, why would I bother with PoE as much? You see what I'm saying? Whereas it became the opposite way. So yeah, kind of rough because I even though I have not played Grim Dawn like that, looking at it and like watching other people play it and things like that, I think I would have been more interested in Grim Dawn than Path of Exile overall. But yeah. And yeah, enjoy Rav. I will see y'all tomorrow, roughly same time frame. Looking to shoot around 6 to 6:30 p.m. roughly Eastern Standard Time for the rest of the week at the very minimum. Other than that, you have a good one. And as always, till next time.